everyone. Hello.
Hi.
Welcome. So, real quick, we've got Nancy from this overstuffed house. Someone else will be joining us a little later on her end. And Steph may or may not be joining us. At the time of talking about this and getting it all set up with Steph, she didn't quite realize that this was also her daughter's birthday today. So she's spending time with her daughter. Depending on what time that's over and she gets home, I let her know, pop in if you're available, if you're feeling like it. And if not, that's okay. We'll catch it on the next time. But thank you guys so much for joining us today. So for those of you who may or may not know Nancy from this overstuffed house, I'm going to let her talk a little bit about what's going on with her and the house. And I'm going to put the link in, and you can subscribe to her channel. So go ahead, Nancy.
Yep, I hit another milestone today. It hit 1,100 today for subscribers, and it has sat at that 99 for weeks. So I am Nancy from This Overstuffed House. It's called This Overstuffed House because when you over time inherit 3 estates, all from people who are, shall we say, collectors of stuff, you end up with a lot. And I spent a lot of time. The last one in was a massive book collection that I've spent going on 7 years selling off. And then I started the YouTube channel because it really got to me to feel like I can't be the only one that has inherited a ton of stuff and ends up with a stuffed house. But, you know, it also ended up stuffed because after getting down through 3 storage units down to 1, I was downsized out of a job that was paying for the storage unit. So it all had to go somewhere. Well, I have a massive living room on this house, so it's mostly all behind me. So hence this overstuffed house is because it's all here now. All the stock is here, but you never know what I'll find. I can have things that are from my great-grandparents who were born in the mid-1800s all the way down to stuff that is from pre-year 2000. So it's always a treasure hunt, and I invite you all to come along with me and see what we find. And I do live sales right now every other Thursday night at 11 p.m. on my channel. That's Eastern time. I do it every other night simply because that's what I can manage right now. Because I don't actually have an office space here. And like Trisha, I'm by myself. A lot of YouTube channels may have a partner or a son or daughter that helps them. We're on our own. And it does take up a little more time, but we manage, right, Trisha?
Absolutely.
So that's about it. Now tonight, there will be a special guest that I will have to take care of and get her in here at some point. We might have furry kittens show up. I'm hoping not, because they cause chaos when there's a live. But I made sure to feed them, so hopefully we will not be interrupted by 5 small felines.
Well, I'll add my 3. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not so bad when they're grown-up cats, though. But these guys are, what, about 20 weeks old now?
It still can be bad when they're grown-up
Well,
cats.
yeah, that I was there for that leap from behind you.
Oh, yeah.
I was there for that one.
And I am going to quickly say hello to Joletta and Mary and Kathy and Sherry. Let's see who else. Robbie, hello. VTW. Yep, I'm still working on that one. And Geneva, and hello, Sue. Denise, hello. And Vicky, hi there. Marcy and Jeannie and Laura and Jeannie. Let's see who else is here. Marilyn is here and Helen. I'm working my way down. If I miss you, if the chat jumps and I missed you, hi Debbie from Chicago. Just keep talking in the chat and we'll give a little shout out hello. And hello, Sandy. So if you weren't here earlier when I mentioned Steph may or may not be here tonight, it is her daughter's birthday. So I hope she is having a wonderful time with her daughter. So by the time she's done with that, gets home, we may still be on. She may feel like joining us. So we'll see. We'll play it by ear. But as you can tell, I am dressed up in costume, and yes, we will be joined by a special guest later. I am also going to be playing Clue. I'm going to say, if you haven't figured it out, yes, I am Colonel Mustard again. And so I've got it set up. So what we'll have you do, and you know what, for everybody who is here nice and early, I appreciate you guys so much. And hello, Antique Agenda. We're going to go ahead and play. So what we're playing for is a pack of stickers, because I can do it and I can ship it easy. So as you guys know, I do have a merch store. Within the merch store, you can find t-shirts, hoodies, tote bags, coffee mugs, all kinds of things with my logo, Sandy and Otto. And these are the stickers that you'll get. I've got the elephant. Elephants love packages because of the peanuts. I've got the Sue Spezio Show. Now, if you don't know what the Sue Spezio Show is, you need to be on my channel on Friday nights at 7 o'clock Eastern Time for the awesomeness of Sue Spezio. I've got the cat inspectors. I've got the dog inspectors. So if you're the winner, you are going to get a wonderful sticker pack. And know that if you stop by my merch store, you can see all of these. Plus, I do have Halloween in there also, because most people like Halloween all year round. So I'm just going to keep the Halloween in there going. All right. So I've got the who, I've got the where, and I've got the what. Now, yep, you guys are just going to type into the chat. I would suggest putting a who, a where, and a what in your responses. And I'll let you know. I'll let you go for a while, and then I'll let you know how close we're getting to all of that. And yes, as you guys are putting that into the chat, I'll let you know also that I've got memberships. As you can see, I've got Robbie right there on the screen. She put in a whole bunch of the emojis. So for the members who are at the $1.99 level on my channel, thank you guys so much. They get access. They get a paw, and they get access to the fun emojis. At the $4.99 a month level, you get 24-hour early access to my drop sale videos. So pretty close to every day, I put out a drop sale video. And for the members at the $4.99 a month level, which is the Paw Squad, they get 24-hour early access to shop the videos every day. So that is a really good perk. Okay, so I see Joletta's put in a guess. We've got Geneva's got a guess. And Denise does. So far, I don't see a correct who, where, or what. So keep putting your guesses in, and I will let you guys know. Oh, okay. Marilyn's got one of them right. And I'll let you know that she's got the where right. So then we'll see if, so you can, so yeah, of the people.
Okay, so she has the where. We need to work on the other two, the who and the what.
Yep. And hello, Mia. I saw you pop in. Great to see you. So yeah, so far we've had a guess of Mrs. Peacock. We've had a guess of Colonel Mustard. It wasn't me.
It was me because they were in the library and they broke the spine on one of my 1800s books, so I had to put them down.
Geneva's getting really close. Geneva is very close. Very, very close. Oh, and Marcy is really close also. And hi, Sarah Lee, and hi, Karen. And we are getting closer. We're getting Sarah Lee really close. Oh, Geneva's got it. Geneva has got it. It is Miss Scarlett in the library with the lead pipe. Excellent. So Geneva is our first winner.
DMB, that's a good one. Sue in the bedroom with the ice cream spoon.
That is a good one. All right. So congratulations to Geneva. That's awesome. That's true. I didn't let you guys know any of the who, where's, or what's. I just turned you loose to to jump in and figure that one out.
I wonder, because I never played Clue as a kid. I wonder, have the weapons stayed the same through all the variations? Because it's not like Monopoly over time has actually changed some of the pieces. So I wonder if Clue has kept all of the same weaponry.
It does look like they've kept the rooms, they've kept the weapons. They did change one of the people. So they no longer have Mrs. White, who was the maid.
Mm-hmm.
They've replaced her with Dr. some
Who?
color that's pink. I know. It's like we have Scarlet and we have Plum. Orchid. That's it. Dr. Orchid. Dr. Orchid is the new woman who replaced Mrs. White.
Oh, okay.
But I'll let you guys know, I didn't use either one of them tonight because I didn't want people to be confused. Depending on what you looked at or what you remembered of the game. Since that character changed, I didn't use it. So that's a hint for all the people who are here early.
That cuts the choices down by one.
That's right. That is right. And I won't repeat any of them. So if you remember what the winning one was, it won't be repeated.
With a Cupid doll.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The mind is wandering to wonder how you could do that one.
I'm going to guess it's one of the porcelain ones and not one of the squeaky ones.
Now, see, my mind went right to the squeaky one down the throat, because then as they try to breathe, you're going to hear this squeak, squeak, and I'm just mentally going, you're a twisted woman. Like a kid chew toy.
Well, thank goodness that all of the Cupies are in Rhode Island with Helen on her Cupie tree, because she keeps growing them. Hi, Cheryl. It's like every time I see Helen do a sale and she pulls out another Cupie, I'm like, where?
Yeah, where is she finding them all? Where?
How did so many of them end up in Rhode Island? I don't understand that. It's a mystery.
Yeah. And just like all the Fenton all the fairy lamps are out in like the Midwest and the West, because I never see them here. Never see them in my area. And you've hit pay dirt by finding that estate sale that had them all.
Yeah.
Misty finds them everywhere in Indiana. I think they're just growing them in Indiana and exporting them out everywhere else, except here. So.
That's right. Helen is the Cupie keeper. That is not an easy thing to say.
So they won't be roaming on Halloween night. Okay, Jen.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Naked Cupies on Halloween night. That's not going to be.
Have them roaming around. That would be bad. That would be bad.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, I'm trying to think if there's anything else. So real quick, I know most of you in the chat are usually at my sales, but I'll quickly run down in case anyone has popped in. If you haven't yet said hello, feel free to say hello in the chat. And, oh yes. So I did let, and thumbs up. So I did, last night, I sent the link also to Sue and to Aaron in case they wanted to pop in for a little bit also. And Aaron is here. So I am going to add him to the stream. As you guys know.
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second.
Uh-oh.
What's he doing?
He wasn't ready. There we go. As many of you know, Aaron had a sale earlier today on his
Yeah. How's everybody doing today?
So Aaron had a sale earlier today with Danny Girl Vintage. And if you didn't have a chance to check that out, please do stop by his channel. I'm going to hope he wasn't wearing that mask. I didn't see it when I was in there watching. I didn't see him with the mask on. Oh my goodness.
Hello, Nancy. Hello, Chris. Y'all hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, so everybody's liking your mask. Now, is that from a movie or
Scream?
that's one of the screen masks. Oh wow.
Yeah, it might be one of the later ones, not the original. But
right.
Yeah, they did. I think they changed a little bit and had different masks in like the last movie they did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like how it's got like the ears hanging down like Goofy from Disney.
Yeah.
And oh, hi, Steph.
Here she is. Hi, Steph.
Hi, Steph. Oh, Steph's in LA. That's great. So as you guys know, I'll just really quick run through the fact that everything will be offer up style. We're just doing one item per round because you guys know I don't count when it gets late at night. And I'm shipping from Washington State. I'm on the West Coast. Nancy's on the East Coast in Pennsylvania.
All right.
I
I just wanted to say hi, everybody.
Oh no, stay on for a sec. I had just started that, and so I just wanted to kind of get through it. So yeah.
It's hard to breathe in this thing.
I'll bet, because it's got yeah, it doesn't have really any air holes or anything, does it?
No.
Oh my gosh.
It's like it's trying to breathe through. That's like trying to breathe through those old plastic form masks we had as kids that only had this teeny little opening in the mouth hole and little tiny openings through the eyes.
Hi, Larry. So, Aaron, what are your plans for Halloween? Anything?
I don't know. I just may stick around and hand out some candy.
That's good.
How about y'all?
Well, I don't get a lot of trick-or-treaters where I'm at. They walk down the street, but they don't come into my condo complex. But a couple of the kids who were babies just a couple of years ago, a couple of them have gotten old enough. And so I'm wondering if they'll be coming around trick-or-treating a little bit. I'm kind of excited to see if they will be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't get many in this neighborhood either. I am right on the edge of a city that's a distressed city. So the school district's not that great when it's tied to your real estate, and there's hardly any decent real estate if you're downtown. So anytime the kids get old enough to go to the schools, people move out. So my neighborhood is either people who are my age and working, already retired, or they're ones who their kids are just like, I know in the next block, there's 3 different houses with kids under the age of 4. So I don't know that I'll be seeing anybody this year. There's just not too many kids around now. Though my house, of course, always looks like the scariest one on the block, because on the block, it's the biggest one because it's 3 stories high. So they always think this one is the creepy one. I'm like, I can't imagine why, because usually I have all kinds of stuff out there, but we didn't do that this year.
Yeah, but I'll bet the leaves and stuff are pretty on the East Coast where you guys are right now.
Oh, yeah.
Colors.
I have a Japanese red maple on the front lawn, and it's that has turned red. And then there is a Kwanzaa cherry tree. Doesn't actually get cherries, but it gets these clumps of the pink blooms. But that's turned yellow, and they're right next to each other. So the front looks gorgeous.
Pretty.
The front looks absolutely gorgeous. So.
And hi, Kitty. And hi, Gina Marie. And yes, I still have my COVID hair. I have not gotten a haircut since I needed one by the time March 2020 came around. So this is all grow out. And yeah, all of this is my hair. which
Wow.
is why I'm wearing it up in the bun most of the time just to get it out of my way. I can't think a lot with the hair in my face. And hi, Marzina.
It's always you. It's always you. You're always first. This is Aragorn. Aragorn has a visitation coming up soon. So Aragorn may have a home.
Oh,
Keep
my.
your fingers crossed. Now, the fun will be in that they don't want a girl, so Arwen's not going with us. But I'll take him and Frodo, because they have no problems having a black cat, because Frodo's all black. And they will have a visitation because the couple does have a dog. They have a 1-year-old Labrador.
Ah.
So we have to have a couple of visits first to see which cat will be okay with the dog. Because these cats they've been exposed to other cats, but they've not been exposed to a dog. So, and he's always the first one usually that comes and finds me and wants attention when I'm trying to do a live. But he also doesn't tend to knock down the lights or the laptop or unplug the plug out of the wall, like the one night where they did all three while I was live. He's also going to be really good because he's behind me and I have my hand there. He has just discovered belly rubs. And he thinks, unlike most cats, he thinks they're fantastic. So he will do anything to be pleasant and have a belly rub. So he's trying to sneak in behind me to lay down in the chair behind me now.
And Larry, I'm glad that you are doing well. So yeah, take care, Larry, and it's great to see you in the chat. And Karen's cat thinks that she's a dog because they have 5 dogs. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense.
Yep.
Oh,
that makes sense.
All right, we have another guest. I think in costume. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
What is that?
You look awesome.
This is Sleepy Time Susie with her CPAP machine, eye mask, and white noise machine.
That's a nice look.
This is what turns on Tom Lynch. Let's see it in all its glory.
I like the purple. I like the purple of your mask. That's nice.
Well, it really goes over my eyes, Trisha, but then I wouldn't be able to see.
Well, that's true. That's kind of the whole point, right?
Multiple sound effects. The sea, the wind, Aaron purring. That's right. That's right. You can have all this and more. That's right. Aaron.
Yes.
I love you.
Love you too.
But I can't breathe.
Really not meant for talking.
I gotta take it off because I don't have anything turned on, so I was like breathing my own oxygen. So yeah, that's real life, not a costume. That's what's going on here in this hot bedroom. That's right.
Woo!
That's right.
Yes.
And just to let you know, I have not seen my husband today because he had the flu shot. He's out cold.
Oh.
Yeah. So I had to feed the cat, which I never do. So this is twice in 1 month. But I wanted to wish you all a good show. And
Thank you.
Trisha, I can't love anybody more than I love you. But when you have your hair down, so hot. It's so hot.
it's not if you see from here, yeah, from here, I don't know what to do with this. So if I've got a hat on, yeah, I'll let it down. Otherwise, no, you're not going to see me with my hair down unless I've got something to do with the top of my head.
You are the best boss in the whole world. No one can beat you. No one. And Aaron, Saturday night, when you do sleepy time later, you'll have that
Dreaming
image.
of you.
Oh,
And
yes.
if anyone took a screenshot of that, we are no longer friends. Okay? That was for the fans of the Susie Show. Have a great sale. Happy Halloween. Happy Saturday night, everybody. Love you.
All right. See ya.
Thanks, Sue.
All right. See you, Trish.
See ya, Aaron. Thanks, guys, for stopping in. And there we go. For stopping in and saying hi. So yeah, if you're not joining us on Friday nights, look at the fun you are missing hanging out with those two awesome people. It is a great time. And yeah, it's those flu shots and everything, yeah, they affect people in very ways.
They can knock you out.
Yeah. Plus, it wasn't 2 weeks ago? Maybe not even 2 weeks ago. I don't know. Tom kind of had the flu. Or he had something. So he's already, kind of not 100%. So yeah, I can totally understand why the flu would have that kind of an effect on him. So poor guy. All right. Well, you know what? Before we get started on the sale, because we're going to get started here, let's do another round of Clue. So yeah, again, you guys can win a sticker set with all of my merch and the Sue Spezio Show sticker and the inspectors. And if you want to see merch with all these awesome things, you can head on over to my store and check out everything. And hi, Sabrina. If I didn't say hello, I can't remember if I said hello. All right. I've got a who, I've got a where, and I've got a what. So if you were with me earlier, you already know 3 that it's not. So in order to win the sticker set, you just have to be the first person to let me know who did it, where they did it, and what they did it with.
You have no idea how funny that is, considering I had to use a plunger today in the bathroom.
Hi, Lisa.
Somehow, DM, we are on the same wavelength today. That's twice now. We thought the same thing.
I think so. Yeah, you guys are in sync tonight. All right. So I will let, as soon as keep the guesses coming, because I'll let you know when someone's got something that is part of this. I know everybody's getting some really good guesses. Some really, really good guesses. And so Aaron, someone asked if Aaron had any pets. Aaron said that he did not, but Sue has volunteered, which is very nice. That was very, very nice. Okay. Hallway. Oh, that's a good one. Let's see. Oh, okay. we've got the what. We have got the what. So Lisa is on track there. We've got the what, and we've got who? Faye. We've got Faye behind me there grabbing a snack. And hello, Padoodles. So we are getting closer. So think about who hasn't been mentioned yet. And hi, Fiona.
Hey, Fiona.
So there are, Lisa's getting really, really close now. Really close. So Lisa, let's see what Lisa comes up with next, because she is heading in the right track. And Karen is getting close also. But yeah, Lisa had two of them. Lisa had two. But there still is one person that someone keeps not mentioning. So if you go back through the chat, I don't think anyone has said the person in any of their guesses. I'm just double checking. Oh, okay. Just one person did mention it, but not with everything else. And I'm checking Lisa. Lisa's close. Lisa's close, but she doesn't have the where. She lost the where. She had it. She had the where, but then she lost it. And hi, Gritty Gret. So we are
Isn't that awful when you lose the where and you don't know what you're doing? As in, where did I put my glasses? Where did I put my keys? Where?
I know. Lisa's still, she's still not with the where. Let me see. Steady plum. Oh, Sandy snuck in. Sandy Spiff was the first one to sneak in. We've got Professor Plum in the ballroom with the wrench. Sandy Spiff is the first one. Oops. Come on, pen. All right. Congratulations, Sandy. Okay. So I'm putting that one away. So we played a game earlier. We just played this one now. I'm not repeating any of the who, what, and where. Was there a bid on the wrench? No. That is funny. All right. So we're going to start the sale. So I'm going to pull up Nancy.
Oh, I get to go first?
You get to go first. That's right. The wrench wasn't vintage, so.
No, it wasn't vintage. Can't be here,
But Denise is going to put in an offer anyway. That's nice of you. Does the wrench glow? Oh. And hi, Autumn Grace. Just real quick, because Autumn Grace popped in and said hi to Steph. Steph is currently in LA celebrating her daughter's birthday. She popped in for a little bit, And so if Steph makes it home and we're still on and she feels like joining us, she might pop in later. And hi, Britt. Okay, sorry.
It's all right. I was looking at the back so I could look at the hallmark and find out who made this because I forgot to write it down. So my son has been picking up hammered aluminum because he likes the stuff. Fine with me. But he decided that he didn't want the tulip. He's been looking for things with chrysanthemum on it. So I have this wonderful hand-hammered aluminum tray, this wonderful vintage tray. Now this is hand-wrought creations by Rodney Kent. So that is one of the named makers that people do tend to look for. And you can see he's done a lovely job because you have these wonderful tulips and there's all these little lines on the petals to give it all this great color variation without having actual any paint or color in there. That's why the light reflects a different way to give the depth to the tulips.
And
now,
what's your start price?
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting. It's offers. So the starting offer is $8, which is not bad. Now it is quite a long piece. Now the nice part of this one is it comes with a hanger someone made specifically for this. So it can be hung right up on the wall and you don't even really notice that they're just a little piece here and a little bit here for it to, they're here and here. And you don't even notice them when it's hanging up. But it is in really good shape. There is, I got to find it again. There is a scratch that if the light catches it the right way, and I got to find it. Okay, so right here where my two fingers are, there is a light scratch that goes across to the flower, but you saw me having to like tilt this thing to find it. It's only if the light hits it a certain way that we found it. But it is a lovely piece, and I will give you.
And Marzina, you don't need to be blue in order to be able to purchase.
So it's 14 inches long and it's 8 inches wide. And it is a Rodney Kent hand hammered, hand wrought aluminum piece. Now I know these things were really big in the 50s, in the early 50s, and in the 40s, but I don't know if you didn't see them after that. Like, I don't remember this being something that my grandmother had a bunch of this stuff, but I don't remember this being something around that you ever saw in the stores by the time in the 1970s. But it is nice. I like the fact that the aluminum is great to decorate with because it's easy to wash, easy to clean, and it's very lightweight. So if you have plasterboard walls, you don't have to worry about the weight of it dropping it on the floor, because those of you who have real plaster, we never want to give up real plaster because we know what plasterboard can be. It doesn't like to take a lot of weight. So, yeah,
and that's a funny
hang it on the wall too. But it's really nice to decorate with these, and they have it is a nice look to have a grouping of them. So, I lost my mouse. Where'd we go? So who was the last one? I see Marilyn at 8.
Yep, we have Marilyn at 8. So if anyone else is interested, now is the time.
Mm-hmm. Now I don't know what flower.
I'm Gracie behind me here because Gracie's getting a little wild and she's jumping up all over the place.
Oh, you don't have any glass next to you. You need to worry about her leaping on, do you?
Well, yeah, but I've got it blocked off there where I don't think she will. But
now, I don't know what the little flower is on the handle. The handles are well secured because they are riveted on. So it really is. And it really could be nice for spring. One of my aunts used to redecorate the house just by not moving any of the furniture because it was a little house, so everything had to kind of be where it was. But she would change out everything that was hanging on the walls. So this would be good for coming up in the spring, or even using it to serve with, because you can. I mean, that's what they were created for. And it'd be nice if you could, because of how deep it is, you could pile up a lot of Christmas cookies on that. Actually, how deep is
Laura? I did not know that. I did not know that gherkin was just pickle in German.
Oh,
I did not know that, because those are the ones I like, sweet pickles and some dill pickles, but outside of that, I'm not a fan of a lot of other kinds of pickles. But
yeah, I like pickles, but there are other things they pickle that I go, no, thank you. I had pickled garlic once, and it was like, oh, I'll never do that again.
no. And hi, Anna. All right, so we are going to count this down for Marilyn.
Okay.
And going once.
She's at 13.
Yep. Going twice.
Come here, you.
And sold. Yeah, bread and butter pickles.
Right. Thank you. Kitten not included, but he was about to hop up to the basket, which has breakables in it for tonight. Yeah.
Pickled eggs. Yeah, I don't think that would be very
No.
I gotta say, I'd probably pass on that one.
What are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping somewhere?
Okay, so I am going to start with a Fenton.
Pick a direction.
And this is going to start at $30. It is a milk glass hobnail, double crimped. They would call this a comport. I did ask Becky on this one, because Becky, Vintage Viking Treasures, she is absolutely a great resource in Fenton. And she said that this size, because this is a huge one, that this is the largest size that they make on the pedestal.
It's bigger than your head.
It actually is, yeah. And if it put it up here, it's bigger than that. And it's extra crimpy. You got it. It is extra crimpy, which is also part of my merch. So this one stands, because it is tall. This one stands, about 6.5 inches tall, and it is 9 inches across. And hi, Southern Mermaid. Yes. So this is one thing that I did not know, but Becky kind of explained a bit that typically we call these compotes. However, Fenton always put the R in there and called them a comport, which I did not know, really. I did not fully understand that. But she said, yeah, Fenton in particular, and thank you, thank you, Marzina. Fenton in particular did always call the what we would call compotes a comport, which I found really fascinating. But this is beautiful, and you can see all of the rows of hobnails on here, and how this one's got a lot of rows on it. And it's even on the inside, this thing is huge. It is, let's see, how deep is this? It is at least 4 inches deep. So it is huge.
That's going to look really nice full of Christmas balls. And then you could just keep it out for the winter because it's white. I mean, white
Right.
goes to any holiday, and
Right. And then you're ready for Valentine's Day. Just put some red goodies in there. But yeah, this one is beautiful. Now it is an older one also because it does not have the mark, the Fenton mark on there. It would have had a sticker that probably came off several washings ago, as those stickers typically did. All right. Okay, so if anyone else is interested in this, get your offers in because I will count this down for Marzina.
Marzina at 30.
Going once. Going twice. And sold. Thank you, Marzina. Yeah, that one it's so beautiful and in such great condition. I'm so glad you got that. All right, so we're going back to Nancy.
Go away. Go away. Another kitten. They're all being blessedly quiet, though, so for the most part. So I have vintage salt and pepper shaker. Now, this was one of the ones from this massive collection that had been my great-grandmother's all the way down through my one great-aunt. In 1984, when we had to pack them all up, I stopped counting at 400. Not 400 pieces. That was 400 pairs. That's when I stopped counting what I was packing. So we had tons of salt and pepper shakers before the days of eBay. So a lot went to different flea markets and things. But this is a set. Now, he's quite large for a mouse. And I love that he's definitely has a tummy full of cheese. I've never seen one that actually looks like his stomach is full from eating, I guess, the rest of the wheel of cheese. Now, there's no corks, but there's also no maker's mark. And to tell you and give you an idea of the age of these, the price on the bottom is $3.85 for the pair. That would have been a long while ago. But it's very faintly penciled in on the bottom. Now, the mouse, the start for these, almost forgot, is $6. And he's 3 inches tall and 2.5 wide. I love that they've colored in the tail.
He got a long tail.
He has a very long tail. And I love like the details, that the little bit of details they did for how he's painted. I mean, he's got little toenails, little fingernails, you know, he's even got the little teeth. Can you see the 2 little teeth? I mean, they went to a lot of trouble to paint little teeny little marks on him.
And his little whiskers.
And with little whiskers. And then he's got his piece of cheese to go with him, which has 2 holes. There's no chips. There's no cracks. There's no crazing. Young man. Get away from the bag of gribbies. They think those are toys, and they're not. So you get this wonderful pair, and I know it's never been used. And I don't know if my great aunt would take the, excuse me. No. Think you're clawing that bag. No. They're troublemakers. There's 2 of them that just think they will tear things apart to get to packing peanuts. I can't wait till I use them all up and they're gone. But a lot of them we found did not have corks in them. Some did, but not all of them. And I wonder if for a while there, that's how they were selling them, because especially in the 50s, there was a huge novelty all through the 50s and 60s of novelty salt shakers, salt and pepper shakers. was a
Mm-hmm.
big collector's market, because I remember as a kid, we would look for ones that were different and unique to not to bring home and give to her as Christmas presents for my great aunt. So, and she was 80 in 1984 when she passed away. So it was a huge collection and had very few duplicates, surprisingly.
Mm.
But it is a really cute pair. And I kept him because for a long time, because I just thought he was so funny because he had the tummy. Will you stop? Now you're ripping paper and causing an avalanche. Go away. You've now ripped open wrapping paper on somebody's package. Go away.
But everything is a toy.
Uh-huh. Yeah, they're not locked away tonight, but they're gonna be, and he's gonna be the first one. So I see Sue for 6.
Yep.
If anyone else would like, you need more kittens. Yeah.
All right, get your last offers in if you are interested in this cute salt and pepper shakers set, as we will count these down for Sue. Going once, going twice, and sold to Sue. And he's back.
He's going away while you sell the next thing. Oh, hey, you little brat. You know I'm going to get you. Get off of that. That's for sale. I see what you did. Yeah, you're going into the playroom. Come here. No, now you're going to run away. Go lay in the window. There's a window over there. There's no sunlight, but there's a window over there. Oh,
it's only the 4th thing you've bought for Tom today? Well, we'll see if we can make that 5. All right, my next item is going to start at $25. And it is one of these awesome cat-shaped wine bottles. This one is really cool because it has the cork in it. So I'm going to get in close here, and you can see that it has a kitty cat cork. Look at that. Isn't that the coolest? And this is such a neat color of red. Now, these are the ones that are made in Germany. It's got, those fancy markings on the bottom. It does not have a sticker, which a lot of times these do have a sticker, but it has been taken off. But he's got, see his front feet right there. He's got his tail coming from the back and up the side there. The back, you can just see one ear, and then on the front, you can see his eye, his whiskers, his little nose and mouth, his other eye, whiskers, and then he's just got the one ear because the other ear is the spout for the bottle. But I don't know if I've really ever noticed if anyone has had a cork. I don't see these very often. And so this one, I'm surprised because that is like really the first cork I have ever seen for one of these bottles. And it is really cute with the cats on it. And yes, that's true, Sue. It is a ginger, just like you. And I'll also mention, you guys may have seen that I've had those pumpkin, the blow mold candy containers. Well, this is the last one that I have left. I didn't include it in the sale because, you know, it's so close to Halloween. However, if anyone is interested in that, that is $30. Let me know if you're interested. I have an orange light in it. Let me do that oh, that didn't do it. But I have an orange light in it, and it looks really cool with the orange light. All right, so I am going to count this down for Sue. If anyone else is interested, get your offers in. Going once. Going twice. And sold to Sue. Thank you. Okay, cat wrangling is done.
Cat wrangling is done. He is now in the playroom, and I was surprised because Frodo's already in there. Like,
oh,
bonus.
Nice.
That's a bonus then. I don't know where. I don't know where Arwen usually after eating conks out. She's always like the sweetest, quietest one. Frodo's usually quiet. So we've only seen two of the troublemakers tonight. I don't know where Gimli is, but I know Mike's bedroom door is open. So odds are Gimli is asleep on Mike's bed. Because that's the one that has adopted Mike. So so as long as he's quiet and not here, because he's the biggest and heaviest.
Ah.
So he's going to be a big boy when he's full grown. So, all right. I have another small item, but they're gorgeous. They are hand stitched, all cotton, vintage brain damage handkerchiefs, but they're going to start, and I'm starting them low. I mean, I know they're usually higher, but they're $4 is the start. But this one is the tiniest little petty point is what they call it. And it is teeny little cross stitch done with silk. And I'll never be able to get close enough for you guys to see that. It does have the original sticker. Now the other one's even more fun. The other one I honestly think you could put in a frame. Now that also has its little sticker saying that it's handmade, that it's all cotton, made in Switzerland. But look at this poodle.
Oh my gosh.
This is all hand embroidered. It's gorgeous. Isn't that adorable? With the little basket of flowers. I have never had the heart to use these because of the workmanship. Like the poodle, the body of the poodle is crewel. This part, the dark gray, is crewel work. So it's a longer stitch. It's all embroidered by hand with silk, but they made the tiniest little loops on the lighter gray to give it that little, like the curly look of a poodle's fur. So it's just amazing. And I've never had the heart to use it. And I was going through a drawer and there they were wrapped up in tissue paper. And I went, you know what? I know it's a small thing, but I'm going to take these because they're just too precious and so well executed, especially the poodle. It's just so well executed that it really needs to be with somebody who's going to love it and appreciate it. And the poodle, the other thing about the poodle is the poodle was definitely made not as a utilitarian, but you see how sheer this is? This fabric is what they call lawn. Not a term you hear about fabric very often, but lawn kind of fell out of being used by the 1950s. And they would make really sheer shirts. My mother had a couple of shirts that I looked at them once and went, "You actually wore these and didn't get arrested?" She's like, "Well, you wore something under it." But but it just blew me away because of how sheer, the fabric was. And it was all cotton. And that's what these are made out of. So that's how I knew what they were made out of. But now the other one is more of a thicker cotton that you would have on a usual more utilitarian that you're going to use at handkerchief. But that puppy is everything.
We have a question.
Yes.
Is it for each or?
Nope, for the pair. It's for the pair. You're gonna get both of them. It's for the pair. They both, obviously that sticker is identical. They came from the same maker. But I'm gonna offer up as the pair. You get both of them, the petty point, but it's just I always just enjoyed the fact that I do embroidery. I did have a great aunt that taught me how to do it. And just looking at the tiny, tiny stitches on these, I recognize the real skill someone had to do these.
Yes.
So these are ones that, because I use handkerchiefs. I have handkerchiefs in my pocket right now, but I don't tend to use the ones that have the tatting lace around the edges that I inherited. I save them for special occasions. Or some of the embroidery ones I have just tucked aside because they just were such works of art. But this one is definitely the top one I've ever had for the stitching.
Well, the poodle looks so fluffy.
Yeah, and it's just and the fact that it's on such a sheer fabric is amazing. And take a look at the back. The back is just as nicely, it's not as perfectly done as the front, of course, but the fact that there's so few random crossover stitches, which often happens in that you end up with all these little straight pieces all over the back of a piece of embroidery. But the only place that really has that is the flowers of the basket. There's a couple of straight yellow stitches. There's 4 of them where it's the center of the flowers. And that's the only, and they did that with the center of the flowers because the center of the flowers is just one tiny, tiny little French knot, which I can't do a French knot to save my life. So the fact that somebody managed to do 4 teeny tiny ones to get the center of those flowers is amazing, because to do a French knot, you make a knot in the thread on the needle, but you still have to work that knot down all the way down the thread so it is right on top of your fabric where you want it, and then you have to put another stitch through it to keep it. And mine always end up, the way you do it is you twist around, and then you're supposed to be able to just go through. Well, mine, for some reason, they always unravel. I've never figured them out.
And thank you, Marzina, for letting us know you're out. And thank you, Sue. So we will count these down for Karen. Going once. Going twice.
Yeah, Marzina, that's the one knot I've never gotten the hang of.
And sold.
Okay, Karen Lay. Thank you very much. I am so glad they're going to a home that will appreciate them. It's time they got out of that drawer.
All right. Well, now I have a tea set next. It's not English tea set. So I thought, maybe I would do this before our special guest came, because it's not an English tea set. I don't want to upset our special guest.
Oh, she'll be here soon.
But this is a set for 6. with 6 teacups, 6 saucers. It's more of a shape of a coffee pot, but still going to call it like a tea set, and the cream and sugar. It's a big,
you've got the whole thing.
yes. And this was made in East Germany, which, you know, they don't make those anymore. But because this is a set for 6 with all the pieces, and all the pieces are in beautiful condition, I'm going to start this at $50 for the set. And hi, Patty. So here is the teapot, coffee pot. You know, when they're vertical like this, it's more of like a coffee. It's got the beautiful flowers. Now, this most likely is transfer, but the flowers that are on each side are a little different, which I think is really neat. And then the set includes a lot of different flowers. Let me get the lid off here, and you can see that that is in beautiful condition. And it is slightly oval on top. And on the bottom here, we get it going the right direction. Here we go. And you can see that it is made in the German Democratic Republic, which is East Germany. I've never understood why they call it that. There's nothing democratic about it. But they are all marked the same way. So there is the teapot. Then I have the creamer, which I love all this detailing on it. So we've got the beautiful flowers and big variety of flowers. So there is the creamer, the lidded sugar, with the flowers. There is the lid, and the handle actually has that same, there we go, the same markings on it. So they really took a lot of time to detail this nicely.
And the flowers are gorgeous. I mean, there's only one on there. I cannot figure out what it is. That one. The yellow with the purple in the center. I'm like, what is that?
And each of these have a different combination of flowers. So you can see those have different flowers. And that's got a different combination. This one has a different combination.
Oh, good night, Fiona.
Bye, Fiona.
Fun at work.
Thanks for stopping in.
That's right. It's morning for her, isn't it?
Yes. And then there is the last one. All of these are in beautiful condition. And then of course, we've got the same design, and the saucer does too. So it has that same design. And again, each of the flower combinations on the saucer are different. Oops. Fine.
Oh, careful there, dear.
Luckily, it lands right on the keyboard. It's fine. There's that and that. So it's really fun that all of the flowers are different. A set made in East Germany. And it's a service for 6. So pretty incredible. But we will pass on that one. Going to move them just a little out of the way there, but still deter Gracie if she comes around so that she doesn't jump over here. All right. So if I didn't highlight that, that was $50 for the whole set.
Man, that's a wonderful set. So I need to get a new tea cozy because the one I had is so old that it didn't survive the last trip to the washing machine.
Uh-oh.
Well, the material on it, I'm pretty sure, was old feed sack material. And it had wool, like not wool, like modern quilt batting. It had wool, like real wool pieces from the sheep, you know. And it had been my great aunt's, and I know she had fixed it at one point, and then another great aunt, one of the younger ones, had refinished the inside for me a long time ago. But finally, the cotton on the outside, which was all beautifully appliqued, finally just started to shred. So I need to get a new tea cozy. Because in the winter, I will make a pot of tea and I will have it, like, you know, with me. And I'm always like drinking tea out of it. And you need it to keep it hot, you know? So.
You do. Yep.
I have a lovely little perfume bottle, but I think this is a marriage, but it still looks really, really cool. So we're going to start this at 8. This has, there's no maker's mark anywhere on either piece. And there's no chips or cracks to the little bottle itself. Now, the bottle itself, there's a little bit of a mold line here and here, but they've done a really nice job. It looks almost like a little genie bottle. There we go. Actually, my son thought it was a doorknob when you look at it from the bottom, but it's not. It's actually a little bottle. And then there's this wonderful bird with its little glass stopper that it fits in there, but it doesn't set all the way down. So this is how I inherited this, but I think it's a marriage. I think I got a stopper that worked with a bottle that may not have been the right one. Now, the bottom of the beak right here, I can't see anything, but the very bottom beak, there we go. Just that little bit right there feels slightly rough, so there might be, I think there's a teeny tiny little flea bite there, but the rest of it is really good. Stay there. There we go. It stands, come here, you. I've had the kittens chewed up my wooden, used to have a wooden USPS ruler, and the kittens chewed it apart when they were teething. So it's 4 inches and a quarter high, and then the width is the bird, and the bird is 3.5 inches long. But really does look quite nice. And he's got quite the tail on him because they've actually shaped the tail all the way out. And there is a mold line right up here, but even for a mold, that's quite a long tail. There we go, out in the dark where you can see it. So, but I don't see any interest for the perfume bottle, so we can pass on that.
All right.
We'll tuck that back over here.
So my next item is a hand-painted, I'll show the back side. So this is a gold prospecting pan. So you take this down to the river, you know, dig up some of the bed, and then you would sift out the water and swish it around, and then you'd have gold. But they don't use a lot of these anymore, or I guess there was probably an overabundance of them at some point. And people started painting beautiful pictures on them.
Oh,
So this is going to start at $30. And this is by an artist named Judy Holtman. And she is a very well-known painter of these pans. She's done a lot of them. And I've even had another one by her previously, probably a year. Yeah, maybe a year and some ago. I had another one that she did. This one is really beautiful with the winter scene. It's signed right down here. But if you look up in the sky, and I'll get it closer, she really captures the aurora borealis really well. Try to get it in the light so you can see there's some red, there's some green in there.
wow.
But
That's beautiful.
really gets down into this and really does a detailed painting in this metal pan. And you can even see like the window here, there's a little bit of yellow there from the light casting down on the snow. And the logs for the log cabin, lots of detail in there. The trees are gorgeous. And then you can see like a little bit of the smoke coming out of the chimney of the house, mountain in the background, and then the beautiful aurora borealis.
Now, see, I love stuff like that because you can leave it up all through the winter. You know, Christmas, you're kind of like 1 month and you're kind of done. But then you still got to get through January and February, and in some areas, March still gets snow.
Yes.
You know, and so, you know, this kind of stuff you can have fun with decorating it for 3 months. It's
I'm
great.
trying to get a little additional light here so you can really see. I know it's hard because of the bend in the pan, but to really be able to see that there are like the streaks in the sky right in there also. But yeah, she does a great job. And Lisa, I'm looking through my stuff. I don't have any brooches. Do you have any brooches?
I have one.
Okay.
I have one.
I do have other jewelry, but I don't have any brooches. And then this one also does come with the plate hanger already attached. And this is a nice size too. Let me measure this. It is 12 inches across. So it is a good size. And you can even see from a distance, lots of details and a beautiful picture. And thank you so much, Kitty. I'm so glad you like this. I was thrilled to find another one of hers. And it is signed right there. And she did a lot of these back in the 70s. So that one, it's really hard to see if that is a date or if that's part of her signature. Hard to know, but her name is Judy Holtman. And I'm going to count it down for Kitty. Going once. Going twice. And sold. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's cool, Kitty.
Wow, that is so neat. That's a
Kitty is
great tie-in.
I do have one brooch from my own collection. I particularly like this style. I just don't particularly like this particular flower. It's a brooch where this is the back. Now, what they've done is cut into the glass is the actual shape of the flower. That's cut into the back, and then they paint it so that you get that on the front. Now, they did a lot of these in the late 50s, and they did a lot of roses. I find roses most often, but this one is a poinsettia, all set for Christmas. And I'm trying not to sneeze. Give me a second. I took my allergy meds, but it's that time of year for me. Leaf mold is my dreaded enemy of allergies. And I'm also mildly allergic to cats, and I currently have 5 kittens and my own cat in the house. So, even with the allergy medicine, so the start price on this is $10. It's a $10 start. You do not find these often. This one is in excellent condition. There is no flaking paint. And yes, the backs are open, which is why you often find them with something wrong with the paint. But this one is in excellent condition. This one does not have a maker's mark anywhere on it. And judging from the frame and the clasp, I would say that this is one maybe into the 60s because of the difference. Some of the ones from the 50s, you can see the thickness here. Some of the ones in the 50s, the glass is twice that thickness because they would really etch in a lot deeper into the glass. They would cut in a lot deeper than that for the roses, so that the roses look dimensional when they paint it.
Sure.
But a poinsettia is a different kind of flower. So for that, and I have one that is an Edelweiss, which again is also a somewhat flat flower with only a few petals that fan out like this. And that one's not cut very deep either. So I believe that the depth of the glass that they need depends on the depth of the flower that they're trying to give that look of many petals.
Sure.
So I love them, but I'm just not a huge fan of poinsettias, poinsettia, however you choose to say it. So this is 2 inches long and just a hair over 1.5 inches wide. And as I said, it is just in excellent shape. There's no flaking to that paint. And they've even got, for the center of a poinsettia, there's these little yellow stalks that have almost like a ball on the end. There are 5 little tiny yellow circles, each one carved into the glass to be a little rounded spot and painted. There's 5 of those little dots in there. So it's really, really beautifully done. And they've even, with the petals, when you see it up close, I don't know that you can catch it in the light. If I have anything white and plain that I can put in front of this or behind it. Some of the petals have just a little hint of a line of burgundy red because it gives just a little shading to the petals. And I just don't think we can quite get close enough to see that. But it really is a nice piece. And I see Lisa Day for 10 for this wonderful piece.
And we'll count
the
down
gold
for
framing is
Lisa.
quite nice.
Yeah, the gold framing is beautiful. Nice detailing.
Yeah.
Going once. Going twice. and sold to Lisa.
Congratulations. Um, and anybody who that is my email right there for anyone who hasn't purchased from me before, so that you can let me know, you know, all the usual stuff, your name, your address, your YouTube name if it's different from your actual name, and then I invoice with PayPal, so you can let me know. So Trisha, I'm going to take a moment to step out to get our guests ready, because she particularly wanted to help sell something.
All right. Excellent. Well, while you are doing that, we'll go ahead and play another game of Clue, and then I'll show my next item after that. So for those who have joined us in the chat since the last time, so we are going to play Clue, meaning I have 3 cards on who did it, where they did it, and what they did it with for Clue. And as a winner, you will get a sticker pack, which includes my logo. The elephants love packages because of the peanuts. You will get the Sue Spezio Show. If you don't know what the Sue Spezio Show is, please join us on Friday nights at 7 o'clock on my channel as we do the Sue Spezio Show. We have the dog inspectors and the cat inspectors, and all of these designs have merch attached to them on my there's links all over my channel also for the link to my merch. There we go, where you can get t-shirts and hoodies and tote bags, coffee mugs, and all kinds of things with the merch on it, and Halloween designs also. So yeah, so you can let me know who did it, where they did it, and what they did it with. And Jan says, I did it with the murder bowl. So we'll see. We'll see. And I, again, will let people know as they are getting closer and closer to getting the right rooms, the right person, and the right item. And yeah, so you will win a sticker pack for getting the correct answer. And oh, okay, Lisa's got one of them right. I won't tell you which one yet, but Lisa's got one of them right. And I will say Lisa's got one right, but Karen doesn't have one right. And Mary, nope, Mary doesn't have one. And and Joletta has the cutest dog on the planet. Her name is Layla. Yeah, if I'd had a pocket, I could have put Layla in my pocket. She literally could fit in your hand. She is the cutest darn thing on the planet. So tell Layla hi. And she's so friendly. Oh, she's so sweet. And let's see. We've got Kitty. Nope. Cheryl is, oh, Cheryl's got one right also. Let's see. Lisa, nope. Nope. Lisa, oh, Okay, Lisa's got one right, but it's different from the other one she had right. So she's guessed two of them. Let's see. Lorna's got one right. All right. So yeah, so if Lisa goes back, she will nope, Lisa's going in the wrong direction. You know, Joletta, if you have the time, you absolutely should get Layla her own channel. That would be hysterical. That would be awesome because everybody would love to see the antics that she's up to. All right, so we've got Kitty. Kitty's got one right. And nope, Lisa, you're getting cold, Lisa. I'm sorry to say, you're getting cold. Okay, Karen. Yep, so Karen and Kitty have the same one right. We'll see if that helps. Karen and Kitty have the same one that is correct. Sarah Lee, unfortunately, no. And Mary, no. Cheryl, no. Now remember, I'm not going to repeat. So if you were with earlier, I'm not going to repeat. Okay, Lisa's getting hot again. She's getting hot. And Kitty and Karen. Okay, you guys have got the who. You got the who. But everybody is cold on the where and unfortunately on the what. But this time, yeah, I did it. Okay, no. Now, amazingly, you could kind of look through the chat right now and see that no one is guessing the correct place or the correct weapon. I know, so we can kind of think what hasn't been said yet. Oh, nope, I'm still not seeing. I'm not seeing the room, and I'm not seeing the weapon. And nope. Although one could say that a knife is kind of close, but Clue doesn't call it a knife. I'll give you that little clue. And this room that it's in, most houses have this room. So it's not an obscure room, but most houses have this room. Oh, Cheryl's getting really close now. Cheryl is getting very close. And Karen is getting close. Lisa's getting close. So yeah, you guys have figured out the what. Now we just need the room. We just need the room. But you guys are getting really, really close. And Lisa's got it. Lisa's got it. It was Colonel Mustard. Yes, it was Colonel Mustard in the dining room with the dagger. So congratulations, Lisa. You got that one. That's right. That's awesome. Okay, so my next item for sale, okay, this is a hot designer, and this stuff goes for a lot of money, a lot. But this one has a very, very, very small little chip on it. So because of that, I'm going to do a really good low starting price of $25 on this piece. And this is by Romero Britto. And it is this awesome teapot. So here is the Britto. I'm not sure I'm saying that correctly. You know, yes, sometimes Nancy's phone, for some reason, does that little sound sometimes. If we're able to, we might have her go ahead. Yeah, she's gonna pop out and come back in. I wasn't sure she was at a spot where she could actually do that. But here is Romero Britto, and he really is. He's really all that. So this is one of his teapots, and it is awesome. And this is one of those ones that, you know, if you're interested in going down a little rabbit hole, look up his stuff because it is really amazing. Now I'm going to show you right here on the rim. That is where there is a teeny, 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 tiny little chip. And I'm going to put my fingernail up there so you can see it. Okay, so it looks like we might have our special guest back.
Hello, darling. Oh, what have you done with your hair? Looks lovely.
It is a teapot.
That's not what you did with your hair. Your hair's not a teapot. Oh, I seem to be off center here. There we go.
So again, Romero Britto. And his stuff is very, very pricey. So again, this is a really, really good deal. I know it's got that little chip, but if you want to go down the rabbit hole and take a look at his stuff, and if you are interested in having anything by him, this is a great way to get it, even with the little chip. This is really, really cool piece. It is small. It is considered a mini teapot.
I don't think that's big enough for my tea, unless it was a tea with a whiskey in it. Don't need much of that.
That would, yeah, that's about all that would hold. There is that. Here is the lid. And then it is also, let me get this. It is also signed right there also. So again, go down the little rabbit hole, do a little research on him, take a look at his stuff, and then you can let me know if you're interested. But we will pass on it for now. And we have a special guest with us today.
Hello to all the little people at Trisha's sale. How are you, darlings? Oh, did it again. I did that earlier this week too. Left the glasses on. So how are you? What are you flogging tonight, dear? Any peasants? Or just your wares?
Just the wares.
Oh. Yes, Nancy keeps telling me I have to stop referring to flogging the peasants, but you know, it's so much fun. And morale always improves as the floggings will continue until it does. So, I came along because this is where I was born, you know. A year ago, you had me on for Halloween, and our dear Steph was here.
Yes.
Dressed as a package, which was quite inventive. And I'm amazed. She must be quite small to have fit in that packing box.
Yes.
That was quite a feat.
Although I think it was one of the larger priority boxes, but
she was priority mail.
Yes. Well, she does take good care of herself that way.
Yes, she does. Not like me, where I'm a bit on the more corpulent contralto side, even though I'm not a contralto.
Hi, Linda.
Oh. And I see my lovely royal subject, Jan, is here. Hello, Jan, dear. I saw that little emoji of the... Is that supposed to be me with the crown on in there? At least you gave me a royal guardsman. It's always nice to have one of those around for all the heavy lifting. So, after all, they have to be quite strong. You know, those bear hats they wear, you've got to have a fantastically perfect back and strength to keep that thing on all day. So, Nancy let me come flog a few things myself. And she gave me a few balls to play with. So, I have some German balls from, oh dear, shouldn't have taken those glasses off, Western Germany. Now this one has our wonderful Santa, though he's with a donkey. What is Santa doing with a donkey? I don't know. But there's a wonderful little kid with well, I think his hair's on fire. Look, he has a candle and he has all this bright yellow around. Now, I know in some countries they do that. They have the St. Lucia, and the young girls will have this wreath with lit candles in their hair. But I think this poor darling's head's on fire. But it is a lovely, lovely little thing. And if you're not familiar with these kind of balls, dear, and it is for 2 of them, and we're going to start the offers at $10. Usually when you find things like this, they're the Easter things. You don't find them at the Christmas very often. They are paper mache, and they usually have very, very thin strips of balsam wood underneath to give it the structure. And these happen to be the Christmas ones. Now here's some wonderful little angels playing wonderful holiday music. And you can see these are in quite nice shape. They're not discolored from age. They're not popping apart. They're all nicely tight together because one does love having a tight pair of balls around. And at Christmas, your balls are everywhere. Now, let's turn this one around so the Santas are facing the right way. Now, I did notice the thread on this one is a little off-put here, because the threads just go through the wood and they'd glue them inside, and they didn't glue the opposite end. Easily enough, you just, because they're so lightweight, you just stick it inside because they fit tightly, and then that way you can still hang it from that. But these are the size of what I understand is an American baseball, or a little bit bigger. I'm not usually playing with American baseballs. Cricket, that's more my speed. But you get both of these wonderful big balls. And I see Marilyn. Hello, dear. She's in for 10 for this wonderful pair of balls. Now, these were made as candy containers. Isn't that lovely? You could hide the candy on the tree. And hopefully you don't have a toddler to go ripping it off and knocking the tree over, but you can have your Christmas balls to hide whatever you wish inside of them. Trisha, dear, you all right?
Yes, the cats. Cats do that also.
Playing with their balls?
Yes.
Oh, or knocking the Christmas tree over
the tree.
balls.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, that can happen. That's why most royal families, we don't let cats in the house.
No.
You've never heard of a kitten being in Buckingham Palace. Can't imagine what it would do to some of that furniture. So, we have these wonderful pair. Where are we? And I just see Marilyn for 10. Yep.
Marilyn at 10. So we'll count that down for Marilyn. Going once.
Oh, yes, Cheryl. It is always helpful to have a pair of balls. It's always helpful to have two. I think we've just flustered our poor Trisha.
And sold.
All right, thank you, dear. I shall have to put the balls in the basket. I understand there's at least 2 pussies on the loose in this house. Well, I don't know how she can put up with pussies roaming all over the place. It's just not quite right. One of them staring at me, quite funny. Don't you get any ideas, young lady? I know which one you are. There's nothing worse than an errant pussy out for blood. Get away. She doesn't like the hair.
Oh.
She gets not too keen on this. So.
Yes,
Go careful, Jan, dear. Don't let your drink through your nose again.
Faye doesn't like it when I wear sunglasses. I have to take them off before I come in the house, or she gives me that look like she doesn't recognize who I am because of the sunglasses. It throws her off. All right, so my next item is going to start at $20, and we are getting into Afghan weather, and I have got a beautiful brown Afghan. Oh, I forgot to get, there it is. I forgot to get the measurements on this one. So this is a nice sized one. It is 70 inches by 54 inches. And it is, oops, I think I'm going to have to stand up for this one. Hello, Randy. So here is,
Randy, dear, I know that episode.
So here is the 54 inches. So you can see it is really nice at 54 inches. So long, yeah, 70 inches long. So it goes like this and down to the bottom. It's got a little bit of fringe, like just little knots on the bottom. And good night, Lisa. Thanks for joining us.
Good night, darling. Pleasant dreams.
So I'll get in here close so you can see. It's a nice stitch. So it doesn't have
Ah,
like
the
a lot of,
chevrons. I love those. Those are always nice and warm.
yeah, it doesn't have a lot of holes in it to let in the, colder air. So yeah, it's really good for keeping you warm. So 70 inches long by 54 inches across, $20. And it is in really, really nice condition.
That's such a lovely pattern too. It's not all the same straight lines. There's variegated. There's a wide band in that one, which is quite nice.
Yeah, and it goes from like a peachy color. So it has white and a little bit of peach and then into the browns. So yeah, really good for keeping you warm if you're sitting on the sofa. Keeps a couple people warm because it is, let me get it back up here. So you can see I can be on this side and there's still lots of room for another person. So great for a couple of kids, for a couple. Lots of room for everyone.
Always fun to play hide in the blanket.
Oh, all right. So we'll pass on that for now. But you let me know if you're thinking about it and it starts getting cold, because like I'm looking at our weather forecast, and even though we're in the 50s right now, 40s overnight lows, but the days are in the 50s, by early next week, yeah, we're going to be down in the 40s for the highs. That's getting cold.
Oh, and I don't know about on your side of the country, but on Nancy's side of the country, in spite of the refineries being quite close to her house, the heating oil was amazingly expensive.
Ah.
Yeah. Her son's head about exploded when he took the job of paying for that. It's almost double.
Ooh.
Yes.
That is
Not
harsh.
only did his head explode, so did mine. Just a wee bit. Might explain why some of the curls are running away and not staying put. Made my hair quite a bit frazzled. So, I have a head to give. No, I didn't cut it off. I didn't order it cut off. It didn't come from the tower, dear. But it came from McCoy. Now, it is marked McCoy on the back. But here's the one thing I don't know.
Hi, LaDonna.
What were the original colors of McCoy? Because I do know they were reproduced later, but I don't think that was in the pink. I do think the pink is the earlier one. They did a yellow and a cobalt blue later. The earlier ones, there was, I think, white, pink, and I thought another color, but I just can't remember which. I don't tend to keep track of heads. In my family's tree, there's an awful lot of heads that have been rolling around, so I don't tend to think of these things and keep track of them. You know, one does like one's family history, but sometimes our family history is a bit dark. So to start, this McCoy head will start at $15. It is a lovely wall pocket. The nice part is now it does have the little hole for your nail, but it has these lovely little feet to actually keep it from rubbing too much against the wall. And of course, when they fired it, it gave them something to sit so the glaze could come all down the back. Because you often see little marks or little feet for when they fire things, if they want to put the glaze on the back. Now, there's no chips, there's no cracks. There is a slight manufacturer's flaw here because someone didn't pay attention to the glaze. There must have been a bubble and it missed a little tiny bit. But it's not a chip. It's actually where the glaze didn't quite cover everything. Someone was on a tea break to go and didn't pay attention. Quality workmen. This is why you have floggings. Now then, she is a lovely, lovely face. I think her eyes are closed, so she doesn't want to look at everything going on in your house, I guess. But she is a wall pocket. There is a thing to measure here somewhere. There we go. Yes, that's quite a large bonnet, quite pointy. Kind of reminds me of a problem like the Flying Nun. A good wind and you'll be going down the street with that. Now, she's 8 inches long, and that bonnet is 4 inches wide. But she is still quite the pretty little thing, and a giant bow to make up the rest of it. And that hole goes all the way down to the bottom. So if you wanted to make her a vase with, I would suggest silk flowers. Though I understand some people are going back to looking for those vintage plastic ones just for the look. Yeah. Which could be interesting in a wall pocket. But the holes it does come all the way down here for the stems. Yes, sometimes heads will roll even in the best of families. Just in my family, they tend to take it a bit too literally. So, so there we go. She's wonderful. She has no chips, and there's minimum crazing. Because of the glaze and the age, there is a little bit of crazing, which you can only really see in a bright light. And it's mostly right up in here where the darker color, the glazing seems to be the thickest. So there we go. And I don't see anyone interested in having another head added to their household. It's such a time of year for us. Halloween. There's heads everywhere. Pumpkin heads.
Absolutely.
Heads. What's another head?
Yeah, and she would look lovely. She'd look lovely with some black roses coming out also.
Ooh, now there's a thought. So I think we're going to pass on the little head.
All righty.
We shall put her back here.
And just a reminder, we will be doing a recap of everything that didn't sell at the end, or if you missed part of the beginning, you can always like kind of skim back through and see if there's anything there that that you're interested in that we passed on. And if you're watching on the replay, our email addresses are on the screen, so you can absolutely contact us directly if you see something that is of interest. Oh, Joletta, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. That's always upsetting news to get.
It is. It always is.
Yes, very, very sorry to hear that. Okay.
Oh, Miss Kitty, you naughty thing, you. I saw that. And Nancy tells me I'm the wicked one. I don't think so. I think you've surpassed me.
Well, you always got to keep your options open.
True.
My next item is going to start at $20, and it is this amazing brass shoe boot. And I'm going to say that this is a vase of some kind. This would be really nice for silk flowers also. And surprisingly, it's pretty close to actual size. Really cool details of the buttons. Great heel on here. And, oh, there was that.
Oh dear. You know what that would be very good for is those matches on for your fireplace.
You know, they might fit in there. They just might. I wanted to show this mark on the bottom because it is a really cool mark. So we'll be there in just a second. You can prep, but you can't always prep for everything.
Don't feel bad, dear. I had to steal Nancy's glasses and put them back on because I'm prepping too. Because I can't read the bottom of this piece of Fire King. I don't think it says what size this thing is.
So on the bottom, it says Leonard Silver Manufacturing Company, solid brass collection, and it is made in Korea. So we will take a look at that. It's been a while since they've been making brass in Korea and shipping it over. But it is very much life size.
That would put it in the 60s and 70s, I think.
I think, yeah, it could be 70s or so because the weight of this, I can't imagine shipping, you know, a bunch of these over. And it does have on the back, you can see a faint like soldering mark on it. So this was done in like 2 sections and then soldered together. All right. So we will pass on that. Make sure it doesn't fall over.
Yes, that could do some damage on something landing on there.
Yes. All right. And we'll go back to Nancy.
Nancy gave me this to sell. Now she says it's a mixing bowl for the kitchen. I'm a queen, dear. I don't go into the kitchen. They do it all for me. So, as I understand it, it says it is Fire King on the bottom.
Good night,
and it's something called Jadeite. It's quite large. I mean, I can do the Trisha thing. It's almost as big as my head. Well, it certainly is if I do this.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, the swirl pattern. It has this lovely, lovely little ridge to it. Now, it's nice and smooth on the inside, as I understand a mixing bowl should be. But you do have this lovely pattern. Now, the start on this, because as I understand it, the start on this is $20. Because this is the larger bowl. It's in excellent shape. And she did say, no, it doesn't glow. Because the Fire King apparently was not the jadeite that glowed under a black light. She said the name of who, and I don't remember.
Yeah, it is the newer, like from the 50s, jadeite.
But it is in excellent shape. There's not a scratch in the bottom of that. No one has used this. Certainly not with anything metal. Because otherwise there should be marks in there. But
well, they must not have gone in their kitchen either.
Apparently not. So it is in lovely shape. The best you could find when you find it. from the 50s, and they've not a scratch inside. So if you would like to have this, and it's a wonderful light green, as Jadeite is, which is always so nice. I mean, we see dark green all the time at Christmas, but sometimes a little lighter would be nice, or for the spring. It would make a lovely bowl to have on the table with your fruit in it. Can you imagine a pile of apples in that this time of year? Would be lovely.
Ooh, yes.
But yes, definitely as big as my head, and I think I'm about to shove a kitten in it. So, the last one has, well, no, the last one has not appeared. We haven't seen that black one named Gimli, named after the dwarf. Which one are you? Oh, you're the one with the golden eyes. You're Aragorn. His eyes are very strange. I've never seen a cat with eyes like that. Miss Trisha, his eyes are the color of your hat. They're not that yellow cat eye. They're gold. It's very unusual. It's very creepy. Not used to such things staring at me.
He's staring into your soul.
Some days I think so. So do we have anyone? I don't see any offers for the wonderful Jadeite.
It is marked Fire. It is marked Fire King on the bottom. That is always a good thing.
Absolutely is. I keep putting it upside down. But yes, it actually says Ovenware, Fire King, made in the USA. I used to own them, you know. Not Fire King, the USA, before it was the USA. So I don't see any takers on the lovely bowl. So this one shall have to stay in the house for a while.
And not be used.
Not be used. Oh, no. Not by me, anyway. Nancy doesn't have that new oven yet that I hear she's getting. Apparently that was her birthday present from her son.
Ah, nice.
And for some strange reason, for a woman who's being given an appliance for her birthday, which always seems wrong to me. Hey! Let go of the hair, you. She seems quite happy about it. I think that's because she likes to bake.
Ah, yes.
I can't be doing that. But she likes it. She'll finally have an oven again that works. So, I'm about to take care of a kitten. Why don't you go do something else to the little people for us, dear?
All righty. So, I have a necklace that I'm going to show. And it has a sterling pendant on it with some rhinestones. I'm going to see if my camera will focus in on the back. It does say 925, but here is the pretty pendant with the rhinestones. It is a star-shaped pendant.
Go to the tower. Go.
And on the back here, nope, that's not the back. Let me get my little magnifier here and see if I can get that to right in the center. Yeah, you're probably not going to be able to see that, but it does say, oops, come back on my screen. My screen, I went away.
Oh dear.
But in that little circle there, it does say 925. It is tiny. Let me get out another handy dandy tool, and we'll see if almost see that says 925 there. It is a small pendant, but it is so pretty. So it is on just a nice basic chain. that happens to be 17 inches long. And it has all of the pretty rhinestones in it. And there again is the back. So a pretty sterling pendant. Okay, we will pass on that. And hi, Barbara.
That was such lovely little bling, dear. It's nice when someone can at least own a few diamonds. You know, I, of course, have quite a bit.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Well,
the
tiara alone.
itself tonight. Sometimes this doesn't like to behave, and it likes to fuss around and fly away. It's behaving, which is good. Nothing like having 2 pounds of metal and diamonds sitting on your head. I have something from the royalty collection, dears. Now, this does have a wonderful iridescent sheen to it.
Ooh, pretty.
Yes. And this, now usually you don't see black on teacups for some reason, but this does have a black center with gold leaf medallion there in the center. And on the back, it has a number. I shall play trombone again. 30-something. But the remains of a Lipper and Man porcelain company. That's the remains of their sticker. But this is beautiful, and it has all this wonderful cut work, fretwork around the edge, and the cup has the matching black on the stand. But doesn't this look like the shape of the old champagne glasses? That wonderful shape to it. And it has this beautiful 2 different designs. Now the start, $10 start for this wonderful, wonderful piece. Yes, the edging is quite different, because while you see that cut work, it has a name which escapes me at the moment. But when you see that, it's usually on some tourist plate kind of thing that says Gettysburg or Tennessee or whatever. And it's usually for the touristy trade for all the common folk. But you don't often see it on saucers for teacups. But this has, in the gold work, 2 different patterns. You have quite a large pattern on this side, which almost looks like 2 swans, but it's actually a leaf on either side with all this lovely filigree in the middle. Gold all over the handle, and then on this side has a similar pattern. There's even a little tiny in gold pattern there. There's just pattern everywhere and gold everywhere. But it is absolutely lovely. And the iridescent and another bit of the pattern is inside. So this one, I've let Nancy use in the past, occasionally, at Christmas. And she sits a single Christmas ball in it. She has everyone in her family each got 2, one from each side of the family, and they are giant hand-blown Christmas ornaments. The red ones are from Germany, from the 1800s, and then the other ones are Polish, which was interesting because there's no Polish in the family tree, but they were hand-painted in Poland, and they have this wonderful scene on them of a woman in a sled being pulled by horses through the snow, and it's just so lovely. But there were only 6, so everybody only got 1, because everybody wanted them. So we all had to share. You know, one can't pick one's family, but sometimes one doesn't want to be associated with them in daylight. So, but this is just perfect to fit something large. Oh, you know what? Where were those balls? Here, I can show you. Because it holds it,
Ooh.
you see? And this way you can still see most of the image of one of these old antique balls that you may have, but it keeps it safe. It's not rolling around, and it makes it a nice focal point to show off your little antique.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Never underestimate what one can do with a teacup besides tea. And you know, when you have those Zoom meetings, is that what you call them? When you have a thing for work and you're doing it through the computer, you know, no matter what you're drinking, if it's out of a teacup, they've no idea what you're actually drinking. They just think you're being posh, dear. So, but we do have this. It is in excellent condition. You put the ball back in the basket. Have this great big basket over here for Nancy so that there's no chance of the errant little pussies that are running around getting to anything that has sold. So, I don't believe I reticulated. Oh, thank you. Our dear Cheryl has put it there. Reticulated edge. I knew there was a word. Didn't know it was quite so many letters in it, but I knew there was a word. So, I don't see any takers for this wonderful iridescent cup and saucer. So then, my dear Trisha, I think it's up to you again then.
All right. So I have a really cute framed art piece. It is by George Bucket, and it was done in 1963, because that's what he said on here. George Bucket, 63.
Isn't that bouquet, dear? Oh, wait, wrong show. I had to. I just had to.
And it is this adorable koala. And he's munching on some eucalyptus. And it's got some beautiful flowers.
The eyes on that thing. What's in that eucalyptus? It looks quite happy, but at the same time, not sure it knows what's going on.
That's the eucalyptus.
Is that the eucalyptus, dear?
Yes, that's what it does to them. As you can see, it's got some pretty pink flowers in there, and it's got a couple of hidden gems. So we've got a little ladybug right there. And on the other side, there's a little ladybug. Down at the bottom, there's another one with a snail. So this is so cute. Again, 1963. Great with this kind of big-eyed art. And it measures 14.5 by 11.5. It does have a piece of twine here for hanging, and it's got nails in there to hold it. I think it's been in this frame probably since 1963.
Still, a simple black frame can go a long way to decorating because it shows up, it doesn't attract the eye so much, So you
Mm-hmm.
focus right on the artwork. It's very nice, very subtle.
All right. So we'll pass on the artwork. And good night, Sue. Thanks
Oh,
for
yes,
joining
Sue.
us.
Good night, darling.
And have fun with your CPAP and your eye mask and your sound machine.
She looked almost like a cyborg with all that attached to her. It was a little frightening. Wasn't quite the $6 million woman look that I think she might have been going for. So, I now have another pair of salt and pepper shakers. Now, they don't have the weight for the old chalkware or the really old, early 1920s, 1930s stuff, but they do seem to be chalkware. But the more modern type, the chalk isn't, it's a better consistency. So it doesn't flake as easily or chip as easily as the original stuff. But they are delightful little pair. Now they are hand painted, and when they sit next to each other, they look like they're puckering up for a kiss. Isn't that so cute? Now, the holes are in the back of his head above his ponytail, and hers are in her bun on the top there. Now, they do have little plastic stoppers hiding in the bottoms. Now, they do look almost, especially her, they look almost like shelf sitters, but they're not. They do sit properly. But what happens is then they look like they're just tilted a little bit, which works out better because when you're sitting on the ground next to someone and you go to pucker up, you're going to tilt back a little bit. So they're perfect angles for that. Now let's see, how big are they? We need a start. These are starting at $6. And she's just a hair over 3 inches tall. He has no hair. How is he? He's the same way. He's just a hair over 3 inches tall. And 2.5 from their backs to the tip of the toes. But they are very nicely done, and there's no chips to the paint. They look very nicely done. You know, even the book has little lines to simulate that he's reading something. And I think they might be a copy of something from the 50s because there were quite a lot of Asian things out in the 1950s. I know there's a lamp that I've been looking to replace for Miss Nancy that is a stoneware boat, and it's got an Asian woman in the Chinese garb, in the Chinese clothing, laying out, and a young man playing a lute, which somehow to me doesn't quite seem Chinese, but that's what it has. And it's got the old fiberglass shade. She still has all that, but apparently, as a child, Nancy was bad and she knocked it off the piano on her mother and broke the boat.
Oh,
Her mother still had it. I've never seen another one to replace it for her. But there's all kinds of Asian things out that are either Chinese or Japanese inspired. And this pair is Chinese, you can tell, because of that style of hair for the gentleman. Her style of hair, because this is actually cut short with bun up here, and the clothing. So they're meant to be a little pair of Chinese children getting ready for a kiss, which is very cute. So, and I don't see any takers for the pair.
No, I'm so surprised. They're adorable.
They are. They're really pretty and nicely painted too. And I was surprised in that the pants are a very pale peach. And only this little strip in here is white. so you can actually see. Oh, hello, Lenny. I see Lenny
Leanie.
has come in. Leanie?
Leanie.
Oh, so sorry, dear. Leanie.
Hi,
Do
Leanie.
you lean left or right? Anyway, so I see Miss Leanie has come in, dear. They are nicely. I particularly like the eyelashes on him. He's got
Yes.
some amazing lashes there. I'm quite jealous of that. As a redhead, you know, when you're a ginger, your eyebrows and your eyelashes disappear in a bright light. You always have to put something on to make them stay. You kind of like paint them in. So,
Okay,
hello.
we'll count these down for Leanie.
Right. Thank you very much.
Going twice. And sold to Leanie.
Oh, she'll put the email back up, dear. There you go.
There it is, and I'll put it in the chat also. Make sure I got it right. Okay, well, I forgot to grab my little necklace form, so I will have to show this without. This is about as close to a royal jeweled necklace as I could find, but I thought it fitting to bring.
Dear, have you raided the vault? There's a beautiful sapphire blue.
I did raid the vault, yes. Let me get.
Ooh.
But there are 5 of these beautiful little clusters, rhinestone clusters on this necklace. There's a little twist in it. There we go. And 5. And then there are these beautiful frosted ones. You can see they sit up in their setting, so they let in lots of light that makes them look really pretty when you're wearing it. So when this necklace is on, you can see it kind of fans out, and you can really see the beautiful blue. It really stands out. There is a clasp right there. And as it is, it's kind of the longest it can be. And it is about 19 inches. So it's going to hit right on your neckline there.
That's quite the statement piece.
Yes.
A little black dress and that, you're all set to go.
And there are 5 of those clusters. So yeah, it's really pretty. And then having all of these frosted ones up the sides, really nice. All right. Well, I don't see any takers. So we will pass on that. And we'll see if we can interrupt the tummy rub.
Yes, he has
be
just
able to.
discovered tummy rubs this week with Michael, and he just loves them. Strangest thing for a cat. The boy with the golden eyes here. Yes, you're not going to sleep. I'm about to put you down. Why don't you go off to the tower? Literally, your tower is right there. And you're ignoring me completely. Come on. Come on. Go to the tower. Go into your little basket pot. No? No, you're going to come back over here any second, aren't you? some pussies have a mind of their own. Now let's see. We have, hiding back here, a pair of vintage wall plaques. Now, on the back, there's no maker's name. Now, maybe it had a sticker or something at some point, but it doesn't now. Now, this is just one of them. You have your little flagon for your wine, I suppose, because you have your grapes there. And then you're not coming back, dear. We're busy at the moment. And then this one has more grapes and a glass. So it is a matching pair. Now the start for this is $12. Quite low for a mid-century modern pair, but I'll show you why. There's one lone flaw. And it's a little one on a grape somewhere. One doesn't like bruised grapes, but they do occasionally happen.
That must be why you have to have extra grapes on each one.
Right. There's a teeny little on the edge here. There's a little nick on that one lone grape. And that's it. Everything else, the paint is lovely. So, I mean, even this is all lovely, hand-painted, variegated. Quite pretty. And when you have the pair, I mean, these things are always better in... Oh, I'm upside down. Hold on just a moment. There we go. These things are always better in pairs. Many times these plaques would have been sold as a pair and occasionally a three, you know, where there'd be a trio of them. But I do believe these were just the pair, and it's a matching set. Very nicely done. Hey, someone needs to stop playing with my hair. Now, these are 10 inches long and 5 inches wide. And even with just that little flaw, that is quite the deal for these plaques. They're getting harder and harder to find because so often the paint has started to flake because you hang them in the kitchen. Well, when you cook, it gets damp in the air, and that can affect chalkware. So it does affect the plaster. Plaster doesn't like being damp. But these are in excellent shape, except for that one little grape, which has just got a little mark. I ship from below Philadelphia. I am on the East Coast in Pennsylvania. I'm in the southeastern bottom corner. But at least, dear, I'm above the Mason-Dixon line. And considering I'm British, that definitely means something. You know, being Pennsylvania, it's at least one of the original colonies.
Not like us wild west out here.
Oh, yes, that's long after my time. I don't know how they take a monarch out there. Not quite sure. They might be at one of those things called a rodeo with wild bucking horses.
I think so.
You imagine a queen giving out a prize at one of those? I'd rather go to Ascot and waste my money betting on a horse. It has tiny, thin ankles and runs very fast. So, this is a lovely pair, though.
Yeah, that is really cool for mid-century modern. Oh yeah, that's a great pair.
I've been hanging on to these for a little while now. We keep these protected because of the fact that they are the chalkware. They tend to live in bubble wrap. So, I don't see any takers. I can't imagine this being in my palace, though. I'd rather have pre-Raphaelites, which is much older than the chalkware, of course. All that Victorian painting. Well, I guess we're going to pass on these. I don't see any. Whoa! Oh, we've just found a claw in our royal bottom. Excuse me. Someone's in trouble.
Well, it looks like the queen might need to do something a little extra with the remaining kittens. So we will play another game of Clue.
It's the hair, you know. They
Of
all
course
think
it
this
is.
is a toy.
Oh,
And it
yes.
hangs down quite a few inches in the back. I think that's the problem. So I think it might be time to let Nancy come back.
Oh, okay.
Because this one just does not seem to want to be kind and go to sleep like the others. And this is, this is a little heavy. She'll be back.
Yes. So we will be playing Clue. I have a who, a where, and a with what. And you guys get to guess. And whoever guesses correctly is going to get a sticker pack. We've got my logo. The elephants love packages because of the peanuts. We've got the Sue Spezio Show. The dog inspectors. And the cat inspectors. And you can find merch at my merch store. There is links all over my channel to get you to the merch store where you can see t-shirts and hoodies and coffee mugs and all kinds of goodness in my store. So if you've been with us all night, you know I'm not repeating any of these, so you might have a pretty good indication of who is still left in play for the who, also for the room, and for the weapon. And so you just have to type that into the chat, type your guesses into the chat on who and where and what, and then I will let you know as we start getting closer.
What, darling? Come on, Eric.
And I'll let you know, Lorna's got one of them correct. So I'll give you a little hint and let you know right off the bat, Lorna already has one correct answer. Okay, now I'll let you in on another clue. Patty, unfortunately, does not have any of them correct. So you can look at Patty, who doesn't have them correct, and Lorna, who does have one correct. That might give you a clue as to who it could be. And Cheryl, unfortunately, no, those are not correct. And we'll wait a little for the lag and have everyone type in. And let's see. Okay, Patty does have one correct. Lorna, unfortunately, does not have any correct. Kitty, no, not any correct. Okay, so of the recent ones, Cheryl is no, nothing correct. Patty has one correct. Lorna has no correct. And Kitty has no correct. So we'll let some more guesses come in, and then we might get closer. Oh, okay. Marcy also has one correct, and it is the same one. So everyone is guessing, and they're guessing the correct where. So you guys have got that correct on your guesses. You've got the where. Oh, hi, Goody Ma. Okay, Goody Ma has got two correct. Two correct ones. And let's see, Marcy has one correct. Lorna has two correct. Kitty has one correct. And Marcy has two correct. So you guys are you're getting really close. Really, really close. You just need the who. So you guys are getting it. Just need the right who in that case. And I don't think I've seen anyone mention so far this who. So I'll bet we're getting closer to the right answer there. Okay, let me see. And we've got Cheryl. So it is Mr. Green in the kitchen with the candlestick. So good job, Cheryl, and congratulations. And Delbert, I knew it was you all along.
Yeah, that's you.
Oh, that was a good one. All right. So my next item is something you can use all year round, but it is a little themed for Christmas, and that is this rooster.
Go on. Get up there. Lay down. Go on.
Now, the rooster is a shelf sitter, and then his legs hang over. He is made out of resin, and yep, he's got chicken feet.
I know where you go. You have to go with your brothers.
And he's got little felt pads on, so he'll protect the surface. And he's wearing a Christmas sweater. Plus, he's got a lot of green and red on him anyway. But he has got a great Christmas sweater. Well, hello, Nancy.
No.
Now he sits, let's see, when he's sitting down, he is 5 inches tall, and his legs hang down. Let's see. Another 5 inches. So he's 5 inches tall and his legs hang down 5 inches.
You brought a rooster out. I'm kind of glad the queen's not here because you know she'd be making lots of comments about that. Glad she decided to go off.
It was meant to be.
You know what he reminds me of? So the coloring is similar to the Jim Shore, but when you get to the eyes look like the chickens from Chicken Run.
Yeah.
The movie. That wonderful clay animation movie, Chicken Run.
Yep. All right. So no takers on the rooster. I think he is really neat. And yeah, he can just sit there. Just sits there. But what a great fun thing to have in your kitchen for Christmas. All right. Well, we'll let you think about that one.
Well, he certainly got the Christmas sweater theme going on there.
Oh, yes.
You know?
Yes. But it's still kind of neutral enough that he works for all year. You know, it's not overly specific for Christmas. Fits in, but it can blend in all year round. All right. We'll pass on that.
Oh, hello, Auntie Christy.
Oh,
Did you just get here, darling? Oh, you missed her. She literally just left.
Yeah, like you just missed her.
It's like, yeah. She came in the middle of the party this time instead of right at the very beginning. So I told her she could sell the balls that I had and have fun. So oh yeah, that's true. Auntie Christy in the chat at the same time the queen is on screen gets to be an interesting experience because of the puns and things going back and forth. So I have a Christmas set of a Mr. and Mrs. Claus, and they're absolutely adorable. We're going to start it at 8. Now, technically, I think these are a marriage, but this is how I got them. Because the colors are close enough that, I mean, the red is exactly the same, and so the green is almost. The difference in the green is his is more solid, and hers has a little bit of shading variation here and there. But she sits her little feet out and she's knitting away on a Christmas stocking, and there's no maker's mark. And I don't know, like I've had these a while. I don't actually know where I got them from. But I do know I got them together. Now it's the same thing as with a lot of these Christmas things. The paint is cold painted. The red, the black, even the green, it's all cold painted over the glaze. But it's in good shape. There's not a lot of flaking. Now there's a little wear on her bow on this one right by my finger. That's not a chip. That's not a chip to the porcelain. That's just wear on the paint. And there was a spot on her skirt, and the light's reflecting right there, where this side there's a couple of little spots where the paint's flaking, but that's it. The rest of her paint is in excellent shape. And then he comes along and he's also in great shape. Now he has a little paper sticker that says, a little blue and white paper sticker says made in Japan. Now, and that's not a chip, that's the white, the bottom of the underneath of the bell is white, and then they painted this little dot because there's this little ball there for the clapper. So they painted that gold to go with the rest of it. And he's got such a great face and beard. Look at all the curls in that. Isn't
Yeah,
that
she's
actually
cute.
cool? So I don't know that she had a rocker, but she does sit on the ground fine. Or
Well,
if
I
you wanted
wonder
to,
if
good.
the rocker was the other part of the salt and pepper set.
Well, there's no hole in her head.
Oh,
There's
she's
no
not a
hole.
salt.
Did I say they were salt and pepper?
Oh, they're just figurines.
No, they're just figurines.
Okay.
Now for him, he's got a spot there on the boot where the black has flaked off right there, and a spot way back here, little dot right there of the red. And there's the other spot. I knew there was another one. Right in the center there between the boots, there's a spot where the black has flaked off. But still, that's not bad for cold painting. I mean, usually there's a lot more, and we all just kind of accept it because we know what happens. I just loved him because I love the beard, and the fact that she's just knitting away, and she's got these great extended arms. It's hard to see it, but they actually, like, her arms are out from her body. They're not like solid attached. They're actually gapped there. Yeah. It's hard to see because of the stocking. But her, the stocking's in the way because the stocking is attached at her lap, but her arms are not. Her arms are not attached to her chest. They're not, I don't know how to get it so you can see it, but there is a gap there. So they stick out. So they really have some nice dimension when they do that.
Well, look out. Auntie Christy is on fire tonight.
Oh, what'd she do? Yes, I think they were. Oh.
Oh, now Linda is saying that she has a Mrs. Claus that looks like her that's sitting on a bench. Oh.
Okay. Because it's just one I've had them for a long time, and I've just always had them as a pair, and I think that's how I had gotten them. But I mean, they're very close in color, so it was fine. But it's just really cool to see a really neat looking Mrs. Claus. Because
Santa
a lot of times Santa may
younger.
have details, and you don't see that many really nicely detailed Mrs. Clauses. She's even got little lines, even in the back of where the mold for her hair is. There's lines to that bun, so you can see hairlines. There's little texture, which I don't think you're going to be able to see, but the shawl is actually textured with these little tiny bumps, which makes it really look more like it's a knitted shawl around her, or a crocheted one. So, well, hello, Marianne. So they really are cute. But I mean, I have so much Christmas stuff. I can't even get to a lot of mine. Haven't yet to be able to get into that attic, because it's just, I can walk in the door. Someday we'll get to that, and you guys will have fun because there'll be all the stuff of my parents' Christmas stuff, all that great vintage stuff. But I decided to thin down a little of mine these were in a box, and I thought, you know what? It's time to share. So
right. We'll count it down for Marianne. Going once.
She really is my favorite of the two, just because you just don't see Mrs. Claus that often. And her knitting away on that sock. And these two
are sold.
Stick up, so you can even see the knitting needles. So thank you, all in the attic treasures. Marianne. There we go.
Okay, so my next item is actually going to be choice. I have 3 pairs of vintage screwback earrings. And they are going to be $10 for choice. And the first ones I have are a gold tone. And they have this beautiful purple rhinestone. Oops, there we go. And it is kind of half surrounded by clear rhinestones. And these are screwback earrings. And you can see each of those is prong set. So nice workmanship on this one. So that is the first pair. Those are the purple ones. Then I have a pair of red. So these are also screwback earrings. And this is a beautiful red cluster. These are all prong set.
Marquee shape. Oh, okay. I still have a few screwback earrings that I inherited that I actually wear because you can place it away from where your pierced ear is so it's not directly over the hole.
Mm.
And that way you can still wear them.
Mm-hmm.
And because the screwbacks, you control the tension.
Right.
Whereas some of those clips, you can't control that. And some of them are tight.
Right. They are tight. So I want to show the back of this one so you can see the age with the nice riveting on the back. And then the last pair are these beautiful clear ones. And that is a nice little cluster, again, screwback earrings, all prong set rhinestones.
I like the graduated sizes that they run to. That to go down to just the 2 really big ones is really nice. It's like having mini chandeliers for your ears. Those are pretty.
Yes. So you can have the clear ones for $10, the red ones, or the purple. So your choice, $10. Okay, so I don't see any takers for those. So we will go back to Nancy.
Okay, I have something that I kind of got it thinking I would put it with my Halloween stuff, and then it doesn't actually fit with my Halloween decor. My Halloween decor, this is too normal. You can believe that. So the start for this is $10. Now this is, they usually sold these, I know Amazon sells them under the name Apple Tree Designs, but it's a Dolly Mama shoe, and they've done quite a few shoes and other stylized teapots that are very creative looking. Anytime I see the black and white, it always kind of reminds me of Nightmare Before Christmas. But it's this nice orange color, and it's made for decorative use. Now, it does have the Made in Thailand sticker on it, but you can see this cool logo. I love the logo design, and it says Dolly Mamas by Joey something. I cannot read that because it's in cursive. And it's because it's so small and it's in cursive, I had a heck of a time trying to read the signature that the name that's underneath of who it's actually by. But it is really cool looking little teapot. It does have, and I'm guessing that it's meant to have a little piece here to go underneath the lip of the teapot, so that if you actually were to pour it, it wouldn't tip off. That's what most teapots have. But it's not there, and the odd part is that the glaze is rounded off. So I wonder if it broke off in the firing, because otherwise the glaze shouldn't be rounded. It should be a harsh, sharp edge. So I think the little tab may have come off in the firing because of the way the glaze is. So it doesn't have that, but that's the only flaw, and that may be a manufacturer's one. Because when I see chips like that kind of look like that, I do look at them with a jeweler's loupe to see whether they are from the manufacturing or whether it's an actual chip. And that one, the glaze is all rounded off as if it had just didn't cover all the way, which is sometimes what you do see as a manufacturer's flaw, which you would not see it that way as a chip. But yeah, it does make you think of Beetlejuice, which is what attracted me to it. Is I like Beetlejuice. I mean, I can remember going to the movie theater when Beetlejuice first came out.
Oh, yes.
And I'm a big fan of Nightmare Before Christmas. But then when we started actually put out a few of our Halloween things on the kitchen counter this year, and Mike went, that stands out like a sore thumb compared to all your other stuff. And I have to admit, he's right. It's just too brightly colored. And it's cool because it is a lot of that fall Halloween-y colors. It's the light orange, the yellow, the red, the lighter green. It's got fall colors all over it, but just doesn't quite go with the dark Addams Family kind of vibe that most of my Halloween stuff is. It doesn't quite fit. So let's see, we've got, to give you an idea, it is 8.5 inches tall. And then from where the handle sticks out to the tip of the toe, it's 6.5 inches. And you can find them online. You can find Dolly Mama shoes and sometimes they're under shoes, sometimes they're under teapot. But you can find the designs online. There's quite a big range and styles, all done by that one artist under that name. And apparently, from the prices I saw, there is a collector's market for them. But I thought I'd give you guys a chance first because of the black and white stripes and everything. You could have this as in your fall decor with those colors, and then just keep it out for Halloween.
Yeah, she is really cool.
That hair just cracks me up too. That kind of a bouffant top with the flip at the bottom.
Yeah, she reminds me of the from Monsters Inc.
Oh yeah.
Well, what is her name? I can't remember her name, but that's who she was always. She was what Mike's hat's making my head itch. Mike Foley's girlfriend, I think.
Yeah.
Or Mike Wazowski's girlfriend.
Honestly, I see hair like that, and it makes me think of my sister's graduation picture from high school. She is 14 years older than I am. So she was very much the poodle skirt and bobby sockster. I actually sold her poodle skirt online when we found it in the attic. So, oh yeah, the Mars Attacks. Oh, there's a movie. I actually have the toy ray gun from Mars Attacks.
Oh yeah.
I have that as part of my Halloween stuff. Because the ray guns in Mars Attacks are the strangest little things, and they have a little brain that powers them. And so the toy, the brain lights up and it makes the noise.
Oh, wow.
And you know, I'm a big kid and a geek and a nerd, Doctor Who, sci-fi, all that stuff. And so I just thought Mars Attacks was hysterical. And had actually hinted around enough that Mike was young, real young when that was out. And he convinced my mother that that would be a good birthday present for me, was the Mars Attacks gun. He was right. My mom wasn't so sure, but he was right. And I still have it. I love it. So I see we are up to 14 with Marianne. So, and on the exterior, there's no chips, there's no crazing. Her paint is in wonderful shape. But yeah, she's definitely got that retro inspired kind of hairstyle.
Oh, yeah.
And but the colors, I mean, the colors are great. And I love having decorations that I can have out for more than 2 or 3 weeks, you know. So I thought, great, fall, and then it goes right into Halloween. But she just really, she doesn't fit quite in with my chipmunks and squirrels and acorns and walnut things that are for fall. And she doesn't fit in with the more macabre kind of look I have for Halloween. Especially as, you know, I'm such a huge Addams Family fan. So, and we are, where are we? I see Marianne at 14, and then Marianne said out without another.
Right. So Marianne, you're at 14. Are you taking away your $14 offer?
Oh, yes. Galaxy Quest. Well, first off, it's Alan Rickman's in Galaxy Quest. I'll watch anything with Alan Rickman.
Oh, Alan Rickman is the best in Galaxy Quest.
My favorite Alan Rickman is actually, I've got a couple, but the one of them that most people have never seen is he's in Dogma, which is a movie that pokes some fun at the dogma of various religions. But he is the voice of God. That's his actual part. And he's having anxiety attacks as the voice of God, which is just the way he does it. It's absolutely brilliant and makes it absolutely hysterical.
Well, my favorite will always be Madly, Truly, Deeply.
Oh yeah, Madly, Truly, Deeply.
Yeah.
That one's really good.
Yeah, it's such a powerful movie, and he is brilliant. It's a very emotional movie, and
it's hard to get through that.
Yeah, it's a hard one to get through, but he was just the best.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so Kitty, so I think Marianne is still in at 14.
Marianne is in at 14.
So we will see if Kitty will come in at 15 or higher. But yeah, and especially him in the Harry Potter movies. I mean, other actors could have, but I don't think they would have been able to do the very subtle nuances that were so needed in the Harry Potter movies.
Yeah, and did you know he almost wanted to quit after the second one? And he had to have a talk with J.K. Rowling, and she let him know. He was the only one that knew the whole story behind Snape. And it just, I think you can see a subtle difference in how things are handled with his character after the second movie. And I think it was the fact that he suddenly knew what target he had to reach for. And the rest of us didn't. The rest of the cast didn't even know.
No.
She knew what her outline for her plans of what was going to happen with Severus Snape was going to be.
Yeah.
And then he's like, well, now he had to see it through. So. Okay, so Kitty is out. Okay, well then we're at 14 with Marianne.
Going once.
And Kitty didn't want to go higher.
Going twice. And sold.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, I've got another piece of jewelry. This one's interesting. It is a bracelet. It is a metal formed bracelet. It's got some beautiful rhinestones on it. And it was made in West Germany. So it is a silver tone, and it's got these gorgeous green rhinestones. And I don't know if on the back you're going to be able to read, but it does say West Germany on the back there.
That's gorgeous. You are so tempting me tonight.
And it's a nice size because you guys know I have very, very small wrists. So don't go by my wrists, but go by the fact that this will easily fit a normal wristed person. But it's gorgeous. And beautiful for Christmas. Doesn't have the red, but it's got the green. But that is awesome. And this goes right on.
That is so nice. I'm behaving. Hey, I got a roof to worry about and kittens to feed, so I'm behaving.
But I'll show it all the way around.
I'm not a huge jewelry person, and a lot of you know you don't usually, like, you'll see earrings on me, but you don't see a lot of jewelry on me. But see, that's why, because that's the kind of style I like. It's got that flash of vintage, and it's not quite modern, but it's got, you know, that mid-century modern kind of look. So I tend to like the rhinestone and the Victorian stuff, and then I like that. And anything after like the 1950s, I don't tend to like it. That is just lovely.
Yeah, it's a really neat design. Well, Randy is saving you because he is in.
Yeah, Randy's in. Thank you, Randy. Oh, Kitty, yeah, they are. Everybody keep your fingers crossed, because the one scout family, we have to set up a visitation. We're actually going to take Frodo and Aragorn over to visit their house and visit their puppy, see how well that works, and start getting them, because one of them's going to end up with them. We just don't know which one. I'm hoping Aragorn. Yeah, it will be. It will be. But
well, it's so nice because they have a young dog, they'll have a young cat,
exactly,
and they'll both get to grow up together. It'll be great.
And they would have already had him, except that her mother ended up going into hospice up in New York State, and so she was back and forth for the last couple months. the last 3 months. Well, the last 2 months getting things settled. So it just wasn't feasible to take a young kitten if she wasn't going to be home. So it was like, no, I can keep him for a while for you. I understand what it's like having to empty a house.
And hi,
I know
Debbie.
exactly what that's like. So,
And hi, KF Stew.
okay. And where are we? I see Randy is at 12.
Yes.
And then Lorna came in. Oh, Debbie's coming in at 13.
And I'll show that mark on the back again. So that does say West Germany on the back.
And Trisha, have you noticed an uptick of people that are collecting things that'll say West Germany on them? Because now you have, it's like the occupied Japan stuff. It's a definite period of time that you know it's going to be between this year and this year.
True. Now, if you really, really want to find something that's a little more obscure to collect than even occupied Japan, get US Zone.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've seen one thing once at an antique show that had US Zone on it.
I have a couple things that say US Zone. So for those of you that don't know, there's a, I mean, occupied Japan was not very long of a period. US Zone, I think it was only 4 years.
Yeah, it was very short.
I think it was like from 45 to 49, I think is the time frame. So it's German made, but it's from 45 to 49. It'll say US Zone, and that's German made, but it was, the US was there, overseeing everything before.
I've actually sold that were part of the massive book collection. I actually sold 4 books that were printed in the US Zone. One of them was in Germany, in German, and the other 3 were English translations of German works. That's how I found out about it. Was I actually had inherited a couple of books from it. So.
And thank you, Lorna, and thank you, Randy. And we've got Debbie at 15. And so we'll go ahead and count this down. Going once. Going twice. And oops. Sold to Debbie. Thank you very much.
Okay. So how many of you know the name of John Wanamaker, the big store that used to be oh so popular in the 50s and the 60s? And the flagship store is still in Philadelphia, and I think is the one that still has the organ and the fancy light show in the center of it. But I have a vintage paper mache box from John Wanamaker. It has the original tag that someone bought it and from somewhere is inside. But
what is your start price? I'm gonna need to.
Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that. You keep reminding me. You're such a good host. So I'm starting it at $10.
Okay, I will be right back. And maybe you can explain, because we did not have this store and I don't know what it is, and maybe others don't either.
So John Wanamaker's was one of the first department stores in the country, in the East Coast. They started, I think, 1890s. I should have looked up the exact date. I was so busy trying to identify this fragment of a label to make sure that absolutely was a John Wanamaker label. But they were, yeah, the Philly location, that's the original flagship location, is just an amazing place. And it's not like we think of for department stores. There's a center mezzanine, and then there's all these stores, there are all these sections, and it goes up I think it's 4 levels. But you look down and there's this big open area like some of the places they have in Europe, which is what it was designed on. But it was like the place, like you have in Britain, I can't think of the name of it now. You have places like Fortnum and Mason's, and well, the furniture was Gilo's, was the big furniture place. But I can't think of anything comparable for you guys on the West Coast. I mean, it was like having like FAO Schwartz was the place to go toy shopping up in New York on the East if you were in this upper East Coast, and Harrods. Thank you. In this area on this top half of the Eastern Seaboard, it was the equivalent in its time of Harrods in London, was to go to Wanamaker's. And so this is an earlier box. I don't know if it had for a hat or not. It has this great marbleized paper on the bottom, and it has this great design around the edge. And the inside has this great paper that's little tiny gold stars. And the person I got it from, she had bought it at some antique show, and she kept the label inside, and that had, somebody wrote John Wanamaker on it. Now I wanted to verify that, so I did some digging online, and it took me a while to make sure that that was definitely a Wanamaker label. And what that is the remains of is an actual paper label that they would have pasted onto the bottom. And all that's left is a little bit of a curly Q, and it says a little bit of a scroll of the paper, and then it says John. But that is actually from John Wanamaker. Now, it's nice and lightweight. It's all quite sturdy. And this is a really thick cardstock, this part. And then this, I couldn't quite tell if the outer piece, if it's wood, it's like a balsam. It could be a hat box for a fascinator, because I did see other boxes this size, but they were later. They were like the 50s, where it was all cardboard and that thin, like we think of, like a thin cardboard box. And this one is definitely thicker, more well-made. The only thing wrong is that you can see how the years of being in the top of someone's closet, the dust has darkened the image on the top. But if you're using this to decorate with, and you have that, and then you want to sit something on top to use it as a riser, that's a beautiful image on the sides. So this is a great little box, and it starts at 10, and it's showing its age a little bit with the little things, but by the 1950s, they weren't making the boxes this sturdy. They were literally just making the usual like box that we know of now, that's just the thin cardboard that wouldn't last that long. So this is from earlier, but I couldn't quite find out how much earlier. I would say that this is definitely from, most likely this is from certainly before World War II, and quite possibly from just before World War I.
Wow.
I found one other box that was like it, that was bigger, that was like the size of like this one's only, what, I think 6 inches across. Yeah, this one's 6 inches across, and it's 4 1/4 high. And there was one lone one I found that was like this, that was 8 inches across. And it was the same way in that it was more solid, and that one said that it was from they didn't know what had been in it, but they had said it was, and it was on somebody's blog about storage boxes and how transient they are, because people didn't keep them, or they kept them and they reused them as the button box or whatever. But the kind of boxes you got when you purchased something at a department store back in the day, especially the older the store, so they figured that this type was before World War I. So you're looking at easily the Edwardian period of the early 1900s. And I just love the image, the garland that's on the paper around it. And considering that the age of this thing, it really is in good shape. I could not find out, other than being able to positively ID that as what's left of a John Wanamaker paper label. I wasn't able, however, to date that paper label, because what the few things I found that had the full image of it had no date on it of when they were using that. But I do know that by the time you get to the 1950s, they were not using these as hat boxes. Their hat boxes were much flimsier. But you know, people don't think of it, but even in the late Victorian period, and the hats there were very small hats. In late Victorian is when what looks almost like a pillbox hat with huge feathers on it sticking out of it. So it could very easily have been for a little fascinator hat from early on, or from something else as a gift box, but it's just a wonderful old piece. I see Maryland. Yeah, it looks early teens. It really does have that kind of, you see a lot of stuff. It's funny how often, like, if you see stuff from the Edwardian period of the early 1900s, you do see a lot of swag. They seem to be a pattern design that they really did like. You find it on a lot of stuff. And now, near as I can see for the image, that's Cupid. Cupid is going after somebody there. Because it's very hard to see, but I think there's an arrow in a hand on the little kid with the wings. But you can see it's darkened from years of dust. I did very carefully try to clean that a little bit, but I did not want to risk having the paper get soaked. So I see all that swagger. Yeah. I see Marianne for 11. So, but it is neat, and as a display piece, it's just great around the edges. You could put a nice little lace doily over top of that, and then use it as a riser for something else. Stick that on the top of it. Marilyn at 12. Oh, you know, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, it would be the right size for a collar.
It's the right size. It's absolutely the right size. Huh. I hadn't thought of that. Now to make me think of that, you make me wonder where those silk shirts are. But somewhere, you know, I have 2 men's silk shirts still in the original box, still had the Christmas tag with them, that they were gift to somebody, and they're the kind of shirt that you had to put the collar onto the shirt.
But you know, back then, when you bought something at the store, there wasn't a bag to put it in, and if it couldn't be wrapped in paper, they had to have something to put it in.
They had to have something, and it was, and those collars, you know, you didn't have washing machines like you do now, and you would have, your clothes would air out rather than wash them. You didn't wash them after one wearing of them usually. And so collars and cuffs used to be separate, and then it got to the point where it was just the collars that were separate because that got the most, you know, dirt from sweat and skin, and so yeah, because that is a good call, because when you get to, for a while there in the 1890s there and 1880s even, there were smaller little hats for women, but then when you do get up to the early teens in 1900, the hats got big again. So you're right, that is quite possibly.
And if you go to the Kentucky Derby,
Oh yeah, they're
bigger than big.
Yeah. Some at Ascot too. I have to admit, I have fun watching the videos that'll pop up after Ascot is over and after the Kentucky Derby's over. There's always somebody that makes a video just on the hats. And they're so much fun to watch. So
people get crazy with their hats.
Oh yeah. I actually found a box of feathers that are all for hats. Some of them are actually already hooked together as the little thing that you would put on the hat, and I have to decide what I'm gonna do with them. So I'm very tempted to keep the two long ones that are the pheasant tail feathers because it just looks fabulous.
Now, did they come off of a hat?
I don't know. If they did, they were stitched onto the hat, not glued on, because there's no glue markings. And the one that has the tail feathers from the pheasant, that is all, it's like it's tied up better than a fishing fly. It is all tied together with silk thread. So I suspect it's a box from my grandmother, from my mom's mother, because she and her sisters, my great grandmother, in spite of having gone to finishing school, she was an excellent needlewoman, and she used to like do everything. She could milliner hats, and she made all her daughters hats, and she made their clothes, and it's just, she did fabulous work. And I kind of wondered if some of these, I know she taught Nanny, which was my mom's mother, and that's whose house this box came out of. And I wonder if she had been using them on her own hats, because she's the one that used to go sing in the gin joints during Prohibition.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, my grandparents. He played ukulele. She played banjo. I have the banjo here actually for safekeeping because my brother, Mike's dad, my brother Roy, inherited that, but it's here with Mike for safekeeping. But there's a hand done self-portrait of my grandmother on the face of the banjo.
Oh wow!
And they used to go sing in the gin joints during Prohibition. It's fun when you know the family stories of your family tree.
Well, somebody's got to entertain them, so
that's right.
Might as well.
So, and we have Marilyn is at 20.
Yep, and Randy popped in. Marianne is out. Thank you, Marianne. So we'll see if Randy's going to come in at 21 or higher, or if he is out. Out. All right. Thank you, Randy. So going once.
Thank you all for having an interest in this cool piece.
Going twice. And sold.
Thank you. And for helping me identify it. All I knew was Wanamaker box, and I was so intent on verifying that it didn't occur to me to really figure out what it had been used for. And you're right, it's the perfect size for collars. So I'm betting it was a collar box. Thank you.
All right. So I've got another game of Clue. While we've still got a few people awake. I've got another game. So we will see. We will see if everybody's been paying attention and how quickly we can figure this one out. So I've got a who, I've got a where, and I've got a what. And these have not been repeated. So they are fresh ones. But you will get a sticker pack if you guess it correctly. You will get the fun sticker pack. And while everyone is putting in their guesses, I'm going to show Nancy something really quick to see if this is Boy Scout related or not.
Okay.
So I have these two. One says fish, and I'm going to mess it all up here. Not get them the right direction. There we go. One says fish and one says trail seeker.
They're not Boy Scouts, but they could be. Okay, so in the Masons, there's a thing called demolay, which is similar to Boy Scouts, but I don't think they have outdoor kind of patches. They could be Indian Princess, because I don't recognize those as Girl Scouts either. But there was another organization called Indian Princess. No, they're not a brownie thing.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what they're from, but yeah, I just have the two and then a bracelet, like a charm bracelet type thing, you know, with a bunch of links for them to go on.
Yeah.
But no idea. Okay, I will say Cheryl is really close. And Cheryl does have two of them correct. So Cheryl's got two correct. And Goody Ma has got one correct. Ooh. Who can put those puzzle pieces together? Cheryl's got two. Goody Ma's got one. Oh, Goody Ma's got it. That was fast. You've been paying attention. It is Mrs. Peacock in the study with a rope. So good job, Goody Ma. That one was fast. She wasn't playing around. Okay. Let's see. I did that. Okay. So up next, I've got a set here. It is going to include two Dumbo items. These are from the 80s. And they're going to start at $12 for the set. So I've got a little Dumbo. He was made in Korea. And I've got a tin. This was like a little bank. And this one, it says Walt Disney Productions, but the tin was printed in the UK.
Makes sense. The UK has some of the most fantastic tins.
Yep. So this one, yep, you've got Dumbo when he's in his little costume there. And
Did you know in the UK that was actually how they redid one of the manufacturing of one of the ammunition plants that made the outer casings for bombs, retooled to become a tin factory just for making tins.
Wow.
Because the machinery of having to roll out the metal, cut it and round it and put an end on it is the same. They just had to recalibrate all the machines. So they became one of the leading exporters of decorative tins.
Ah.
The weird stuff you learn when you date a British guy for 5 years. Whose dad used to work at that manufacturing plant because it still exists.
So here is, I mean, this tin has got like some of the great scenes from the movie on it.
You never see anything with that fire scene. That is really different to see that. Where he's supposed to leap through to the flames.
Mm-hmm. So there is the tin. And then here is the little Dumbo.
Got ears like my dad.
There is the tag. It does say Walt Disney Productions, and it is made in Korea. And Dumbo is, let's see, from the top of his hat, he is 9 inches tall. But there's usually a few Dumbo specific kind of fans out there. So I thought I'd bring him to a live sale. He is so cute. And his hat is, it's made out of like felt, I think. And he's like a mixture of plush and beanies and beans. He's got like the beanie pellets in the back there. And I've got Denise at 12. Thank you. Yeah, it's a great little combo set there. And, you know, if you wanted to, you could even sit him on top. And that is the design on top. So it does have the little, I don't remember the name of the little mouse, but it is mouse. What was his name? Timothy or something?
I don't know.
I
was not a big Dumbo fan. I was a big Robin Hood Disney fan.
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, yeah. I still have my Maid Marian plastic snap together toy that you were supposed to paint them. I've never found the rest of them because over the years they would break and then I guess my mom threw them away. And I've never seen them anywhere ever to replace them. But I got a Robin Hood collection of little stuff. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to count this down for Denise. And, oh, Cheryl says, yes, his name was Timothy.
Oh, okay.
Going once. Timothy Q Mouse. Oh, wow.
Oh, Q. Okay.
I didn't know he had I don't remember the middle initial. That's good to know. Going twice. And sold to Denise. Thank you. And yes, Cheryl, I'll have to mix them up. But yeah, we'll fit in one more, maybe more than one more. We'll see. We'll see.
Okay. Now, I have a pair of mugs that are nice fine bone china. Now, if these bird images look familiar, that is because they are Audubon, John Audubon images.
Oh.
They are his illustrations. And
Cool.
they are that wonderful bone china that when you look up, you can see the light through them. They are very well made. It was a special series made specifically, and it says it all on the bottom, that these were specifically made for the Natural History Museum. Royalties in aid of the Natural History Museum's research into improving the environment. They were made 1995, manufactured by Staffordshire Tableware Limited, made in England. Now, here's what I don't know, is whose Natural History Museum, but I'm assuming it's the one here in Washington because of the fact that they used the Audubon birds. Now, it is a pair, but the birds are different. You have the green-billed toucan, and the start on these, when I look these up, I'm having it for you. So we're going to start at 10 for these wonderful ones. I have never used them. You will not find any little scrapes in the side, in bottom of them from teaspoons or anything. I have never ever used them. Partly because I like local birds. I like my own little tufted titmouse that comes every winter, and the juncos, but not these are far more colorful birds than you're ever going to see in Pennsylvania floating around. But you have the green-billed toucan, and it actually has the Latin underneath the name. So you've got the common name, and then you've got the Latin, which I am not about to try. Matten's parakeet is this one. And then the third one on this mug is the scarlet collared parakeet, which is that one. And they've got a really nice little, there's a gold lip around here and gold on the handle, little accent there. And that looks very nice. There's no wear to those.
Hi, Georgia.
And then the other one has the culminated. Culminated seems like such an odd word to use for describing a bird. But
Yeah.
You have the culminated toucan. You have Bernard's parakeet, which is that one. And then you have this strange looking sucker with the weird name. It is a curl-crested aracari. I had to read that to make sure I said it right. But honestly, that looks like the body shape of a duck, but the bill of a toucan.
Yeah.
And the colors. I mean, look at the colors of that. But I kind of like when I saw the one toucan, I was like, that looks like an Audubon image because this one has the two babies. There's two baby ones there on the branch with mom or dad. And so I'm like, I thought this just had that look to them. And so I looked them up, and they actually are the Audubon images, the famous Audubon bird paintings. But boy, did they pick the colorful birds for them.
Yes.
So I don't know how many were in the series. I didn't find anything online about how many they may have made as a series of mugs, or if it's just this two styles. But they are it's a great pair, and because they've never been used and they're in such good shape, you could use them as a Christmas gift, Hanukkah gift for someone who really likes their birds. I keep hinting around that I want I want the, what did they called it, the it has all these different types of titmouse on it, and you can imagine the puns that brought up, but it's just such a funny it's just such a funny mug. But these are not quite my style, but I've kept them because they're gorgeous.
Yeah, they really are.
So
Well,
I
and the
thought,
colors are also complementary to each other.
exactly.
There.
I think when they picked which birds they were going to color, they did it with a purpose, because they're all ones with similar colors. I mean, even the parakeets, you know, they're very similar colors on the parakeets to what's already there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see any takers for the Audubon Natural History Museum mugs. So then they are really nice fine bone china, because you can see right through them. But there we go. All right.
Okay, so we'll pass on those.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. I've got a $12 start. And I have an Imperial glass cruet. It does have the original stopper for the cruet. Beautiful green glass. This does not glow, just in case you're wondering. On the bottom, it does have its Imperial sticker on the bottom. So it does say it is a cruet with stopper. It is really thick glass. So you can see the bottom stops like here. And then they just said, yeah, just put more glass on there. Go ahead, use some more. It's got a nice thick handle. And then the stopper is in nice condition. A few little flea bites possibly around the edges. It's really hard not to have a little bit as it's being used. Although I don't know if this was ever really used. It's in really clean condition on the inside there. So it's really hard to say if it was ever used. Yeah. Altogether, it is about 6 inches tall. And it is a beautiful green glass cruet by Imperial Glass. And I really like the font that Imperial used on that label.
Oh, that's nice font.
That is really cool.
Where have we seen that before? You know, it almost looks like the Bewitched font when they write it on the TV show, when they write Bewitched. It's almost. I mean, it's close.
All right, so it looks like we're passing on that. All right, so before we get into the speed round, we'll give Nancy a chance to grab everything that has not yet been claimed, and we'll have her do a speed round. Oh, Randy says that's kind of like the Kmart font.
Yeah, it might be. Let's stop and think about that, because my first thought of Kmart was, you know, the giant red letters on the front of the building. But yeah, when they wrote it out, yeah.
All right, so I've got another set of clues. Now, these are all mixed up. So I've got a who, I've got a where, and I've got a what. However, it's still within the grouping that I had. So if you notice that a character wasn't used during tonight, they haven't been included. So we'll let everybody start taking some guesses, and then we'll see how close people get in the first few rounds of guesses, and who's still awake out there. And as a reminder, for everyone who is still in the chat with us, thank you. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And for anyone watching on the replay, if you see something that you're interested in purchasing that wasn't claimed earlier and isn't claimed now, our email addresses are up on the screen and you can contact us. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Kitty, unfortunately, no. I did not select the ones that Kitty put on there. And Cheryl, Cheryl is no also. Rope, and unfortunately no for Kathy. And oh, Marianne's awake because she's at work. Well, that's a good combination. It's always good to stay awake while you're working.
Yeah, they kind of appreciate that usually.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, okay. Okay. Kitty's got one right. And let's see. Goody Ma, unfortunately, no. All right. So far we've got Kitty with one right. And Nancy might need to refresh her while we're doing this.
Hearing weird noises again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, Goody Ma, that's a really good question, and I am not using that character at all. So there's a hint for you. Because I know some people are familiar with the older version. Some people might be familiar with the newer version where Mrs. White changed to Dr. Orchid. So that character I'm not using at all. So that helps narrow it down by one. But we'll see. Yep, because Kitty's got it. Oh, okay, here we go. Okay, so Kitty still has it right. She's got the one right. But the other two are no. Cheryl. Yes, Cheryl's got two right. So Cheryl's got two of them correct. And Goody Ma, unfortunately, no. And hello, Patsy. So Patsy, we are just getting ready to start the speed round. We're playing a game of Clue. And oh, Kathy, you are so close. You are so close. You've got 2, Kathy. But Kathy has a different 2 than let's see, who had the next? Oh, we've got some more coming in. Let's see. Kitty has library. Oh, okay. Kitty's got 2. Goody Ma's got 2. Or no, Kathy's got 2. Sorry. Kathy has 2. Kitty has 2. Let's see. Lorna has 1. Goody Ma has 1. Goody Ma just put up and has 1. Kathy has 2. So Kathy is so close with 2. And let's see, Joletta has 2. So you guys are you're getting so close. So close. And let's see, Goody Ma has 1. Cheryl has, yep, Cheryl's got it. Cheryl has got it. It is Professor Plum in the library with a wrench. I know she said wench, but I know she meant wrench. All right. So congrats, Cheryl.
I don't know. I haven't been called a wench in a long time.
Well, it is, Halloween weekend. So if you're going to be called a wench, now's the time. All right. So we are going to let Nancy do her speed round with the items that are still available.
We have the bird perfume bottle that is in marriage of a bottle and a stopper. He does not quite fit all the way in, but look at that bird with that tail. That is a fantastically long tail on him. There is what feels like a little bit of a flea bite on the bottom beak, but you can't actually see anything, but you just feel this little rough spot. And this was $8. And then we have the McCoy head. Where did I put McCoy head? We have a wall pocket made by McCoy. It is marked on the back McCoy of the lady with the incredibly large bonnet. And this was $15. And then we had the Fire King Jadeite bowl. I understand the Queen had this up too.
Yes.
With the swirl, which is the design on the outside. And this is Fire King Jadeite. It is fantastic condition. There's not a scratch on that bottom. There's
Ooh, it is a smooth and shiny.
I mean, look at the shine. Yeah, do you see the light catch that? The shine on that thing? And it is, I mean, this is as big as my head. It is a big one. And that was $20 for that. We have this gorgeous little iridescent with a reticulated edge. It has the remains of the sticker for Lipper and Man porcelain on the back. And it has this great iridescent, which it's just so hard to get it to pick up. But there's this wonderful white iridescent on the inside and all around with the black foot and the black circle. And this also, there's no scratching or anything on the inside. This is also in excellent condition and was $10. sit that down carefully. And who am I missing? I'm missing the plaques. So I have these. Where's the price? I lost it on my list. Give me a second. Chalkware plaques. Okay. These were $15 for these great mid-century modern chalkware plaques. And the only flaw is, that's not the right one, is that there is a bruised grape right on the end there, which I would leave you to touch up because I'm no good at matching colors. But that's the only flaw on it. I love the leaves on this one, but that was $15 for the chalkware plaques. And then, of course, the matching bird mugs for $10. Okay. And that's it. That's my speed round.
All right. And again, if you're interested in any of the items that Nancy showed, her email address is on the screen multiple times. It's also in the description below. So you can contact her directly, or you can leave a comment also on the I'll just say down below. You can leave a comment down below too if you see something you would like to purchase. Okay, so I had the set of 6. This was a $50 set. It's made in East Germany. It has the coffee or teapot. It has the cream and sugar. And it has 6 cups and saucers, all different flower combinations. So set of 6 with the cream, sugar, and teapot, $50 on that one. I have the Romero Britto teacup or teapot. This does have a very small chip on the spout there. His stuff is crazy expensive. So this is going to be just $25 for the mini teapot. But this is gorgeous. Here is the top. And it is also has his signature, right there and on the bottom. And it does have the brochure. And if you want to go down a fun rabbit hole, look him up. Romero Britto.
I did when you had that up before. I quick looked it up, and man, you weren't kidding.
Yeah, his stuff is crazy expensive, but I mean, it's so fun. The designs are so great, but because this one's got just this ever so slight chip right there, yeah, $25 on that one. But his designs are really fun. Okay, I've got the brass shoe vase. It is almost actual size for a shoe. It's made in Korea. This is $20 for the brass shoe. I've got this is a necklace with a sterling pendant. And thanks, Kay. It is a star with rhinestones. And it does say very small right on the center there. It says 925. This is $15 for the necklace. And it's on just a simple chain. I have the brown Afghan. Variated colors. And, oh, Lois would like your teacup and saucer, Nancy.
Thank you, Lois.
This one measures 70 inches by 54 inches, which is a pretty big size for a throw. It does have these little knot fringes on the ends. This is $20 for the Afghan. And again, it is 70 inches by 54 inches. Oops. Okay, it's trying to run away. There. But I have to keep it in a bag so the cats know that it's not their Afghan. It's my Afghan.
Smart move.
Because, yeah, they take things over like that. This is for $20. This is by George Bucket. It was done in 1963, and it is this super cute koala. This one measures 14.5 by 11.5, and it is $20. How cute he is. Okay. And then, you know, because we were having the queen, hello, PC. I had to bring, you know, I had to bring a little bling. So I have the statement necklace with 5 of these beautiful rhinestone clusters. And then all of these beautiful frosted ones. So when you're wearing it, it's going to be lots of bling, beautiful. This is $15 for the statement necklace. Also for $15 is the Christmas rooster with his lovely Argyle sweater. He is a shelf sitter. He's got little felts on his bottom. And, yep, he's got chicken legs and chicken feet.
Big old feet there.
And he is $15, made out of resin. So he could be, you know, molded into the shapes. Okay, for $10, you had your choice. These are screw back earrings. We've got the clear. We've got the red. Oops. There we go. The red ones. And the purple ones. So your choice, $10 for the vintage screw back earrings. And then I had the Imperial glass cruet. This was $12. Oh, wow. Only one load to take. Well, I remember seeing Jan in a chat saying, well, now that I have all this free time, it's like, wow. They got through that real fast.
Oh yeah, they were
real fast. considering, with how sick they got and moving a little slower, they still made really, really good timing with that. All right, one more round. How about one more round? Here, I'll bring Nancy up here. Okay, I've got one more round here of Clue for all of the late night owls. It's your last test, and then you can go to sleep. So we will see. We'll see who gets the closest, the fastest. But yeah, that I am looking forward to tomorrow to seeing the house tour from Jan on what it looks like in there.
Yeah, I'm dying to see it because, I mean, it just, that house, as they started uncovering more of the woodwork and stuff, it just reminded me of the 1800s, half of a twin that my great aunts and uncles had grown up in. It was my great grandparents' house, and it just reminded me of that so much, except that one was bigger. Jan's grandparents' house was a little bit bigger. So I'm dying to see it emptied.
All right, Kitty's got one right. And Kathy, unfortunately, no. And Cheryl has one right. But Kitty and Cheryl have two different ones right, but still just the one. So this again, for anybody popping in, we're playing Clue. We're guessing who did it, where they did it, and with what did they do it. And the winners are going to get a sticker pack. So these are all of the fun things that I have for my designs, for my merch. Let's see. Goody Ma has one. So let's see. So I've got the Sandy and Otto logo. I've got the elephants. Love packages because of the peanuts. Let's see. Oh, Kitty has none right now. None. And Kathy has two correct.
Oh, she's getting closer.
I've got the Sue Spezio show, the dog inspectors, and the cat inspectors. So if you like these designs, check out my merch store and see all of the great designs that I have. There are a few more on there also. I just don't have stickers for all of them. And let's see. Kitty. Oh, excuse me. Goody Ma has two right. Kitty has two right. I'm going to get some more water. Let's see. Cheryl has two right. Oh, Joletta, I'm so sorry. It's gonna be a long weekend for you. But we're here to support you. If you need anything, just reach out to us, and we hope to see you in the chats also tomorrow to help lift your spirits. I know you got some bad news, and yeah, it's sad. It's sad when that happens. Let's see. So Kathy right after Joletta has two. Goody Ma has two. Kitty has 2. Kathy, oh, I think Cheryl's going to win again. So Cheryl's got it right there. We've got, yep, it was me. Except I don't have a mustache. Colonel Mustard in the ballroom with the candlestick. I know you guys did really good with getting Colonel Mustard and the candlestick. It was just coming down to the ballroom. And and then I will say, lastly, this guy is still available. He's really cool. $30 for him. He's big too. If you missed seeing him in one of my live sales where I had him, he's about 12 by 12. He's a really big one. He's got a hole screwed in the back to put a light through. So they turned a candy. I mean, we used to carry those around, had our candy in them. But they turned the candy into a light up blow mold. So $30 for that guy. And yes, Cheryl, that does mean that you win 3 sets of stickers. Yep. All right. So thank you everyone for joining us. Unfortunately, yeah, Steph could not be with us as she thought maybe she could, and then she didn't, but then she did, but then she wasn't sure. So it's been a week of going back and forth with Steph. But I know Steph had a wonderful time with her daughter. And yeah, we're so happy that that she was able to spend her daughter's birthday with her. So that was awesome. Have 3 people purchased from me. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 5 people have purchased. I was seeing if any one of them had no, actually none of the people who have purchased from me were sticker winners. How about that? I'll give you all that information. Okay, so Goody Ma enjoyed playing, but she doesn't want the stickers. Okay, and Cheryl also. All right. So guys, I will do that. So that's very generous of you, and I'm glad you enjoyed playing Clue. I know that was fun last year, and I'm glad you guys enjoyed it this year. And yes, I will find people who on the list, the people who purchased from me, and they will get surprise stickers in their packages. They will enjoy that a lot. So thank you guys so much.
This was a lot of fun, as usual. I always have fun when I come over to your show.
And thank you, Nancy. Yeah, I really, really appreciate you coming and letting the queen have a little bit of screen time also. But yeah,
well, I mean, she got her debut here with you, and then I went the whole year with various things happening in my life, so she couldn't come visit again.
Yes,
it never quite fit in, and that's
not an easy, going on.
That's not an easy pitch of voice to maintain for too long because it starts tearing up my throat.
Totally.
So
night,
she's
Violetta.
been out twice this week because she finally was on my own channel for once
Yes.
on Thursday, and
I got
then
part of that.
yeah, and then was over here visiting you and all of she likes to call everybody the little people. You know, it's either the little people or commoners. Be happy that's what she calls you. Could be worse.
Bye, PC. Have a great day, and thanks for stopping in and hanging out with us.
Michael got smart with her one night, and she demoted him from little people commoner to peon. So, yeah, it could be worse. She was not taking that from that.
Nobody
young man.
wants to be a peon. No.
No.
That's definitely a demotion.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. But everyone, you have a great rest of your weekend. You know, hopefully if you remember, stop in at Jan Antiques from Karen tomorrow and take a look at that house tour. I'm sure we're nobody's going to believe it's the same house. There's just no way.
No.
There's no way that house can be empty. It's impossible.
And it's amazing. I mean, how much she's done. I wish I had half her energy. I mean, it was funny. Is like when she first started, I had started. Yeah, about 6 months before on our YouTube channels, and we had kind of connected right away because we're the only two really like that, where we've inherited a massive amount of stuff. The difference, though, is her mom was an antiques dealer with an amazing eye.
Yes.
So some of the stuff she's got is just fantastic. Mm-hmm. My family were the commoners. They're more common folk. And because it's from 3 different households, it's an amazingly varied amount of stuff on my end that isn't the higher end stuff. It's not the Beswick china or the, some of the stuff she's found has been stunning antiques, that she's found there. And I know I'm not going to find anything quite like that here, but I'm still having fun with it. It's still an amazing treasure hunt for both of us. I mean, and I had already we had a lot of long talks in the beginning because for her, it was still real fresh. And I'd already been through that overwhelming sheer volume thing. And yeah, there are times now because it's all in one house, it does get to me now and then. But when you first have it and have to deal with it, the overwhelm is so different to you're occasionally overwhelmed because it's just everywhere you look, there's stuff. But when it's fresh, you have no tolerance. You haven't built up any tolerance. You don't have a clear game plan yet. That's the overwhelming that'll just shut your brain down. And it's very difficult. So I was glad was further along in the process that I could help get her through that to where and once she was off on her own, man, she found her footing and was just taken off. And then bless her heart for having babes. Yeah. Having somebody else be there is just
everyone in the chat. Everyone in the chat has been so supportive, so helpful, great suggestions. So yeah, she's a great example of it takes a community sometimes and
sometimes it does,
and the community stepped up and everybody was helping, motivating, it really, really helped to get her through through this. Now everything's in the barn and she'll have a whole new journey to go through to,
but it's when it's organized. This is something Misty had taught me, is that when you finally have shelving and it's organized, it'll be so much easier. And I keep going, God, I hope so. Because I'm still aiming for that. I'm still aiming to the point where I have a room at least where I can set up the shelves. And we had started on that Black Hole Challenge room, and then I hurt my spine and pinched the nerves. But we're back to that. I actually took some stuff out of there this weekend, because Mike was in there helping me, and so we actually got a chair out of there that was falling apart, and that took some doing because I had to empty a bunch of stuff into the hallway to get to it. But it's out the door and gone. So we're back to trying to start working on that to get me an office, to get me a place where I have shelving to better organize it. There's already 2 china closets in that room waiting to be filled with stuff that is the stuff I don't want to risk having a cat knock over.
Right.
So, you know, one was a gift from a friend. They're both beautiful antiques. One was a gift from a friend who had just moved, and his daughter didn't want it. It had been his grandmother's Depression era china closet, and it's gorgeous. And his daughter didn't want it. His cousins didn't want it. None of their kids wanted it. So he said, "Do you want it? All you got to do is come get it." Okay. So I had an antique china closet just fall into my lap. But it's definitely going to fulfill a need in how I want to set that room up. I even have like a little graph plan with the measurements of everything, so I know exactly how it's all going to fit, so that I can get the maximum amount of shelving in that room as possible.
Oh yeah.
So that'll be the updating on my channel over the winter. Is we'll do a lot more work with Nancy in the house, and maybe you can, as I find some stuff, you help me identify things now and then. So
no, it's good, you know. Yeah, it's sometimes you just got to start with some small things. I know there are things I want to do around my house to get more organized, move things where it's more strategic, and sometimes it's a little overwhelming to go, okay, where do I even start? And so I'm trying to find just do this, get it done. You know,
yeah, one night the leak was so bad here that I had to tackle, and a lot of what was there had been stuff from Mom that I just didn't want to tackle, because I knew I was going to find stuff in her handwriting, and I knew I was going to find notes of hers and photos, and it also, like, there were bigger priorities, but I had to tackle that cabinet underneath the hutch in the kitchen. And because the leak decided to come down the wall in there, which made me practically want to cry. But the benefit of it is that it forced me to have to do that small space. And it was such a boost to have an organized, cleared out small space, because I had one. And that kept me going. And then the kittens knocked over a box that had been in the powder room sitting on the sink, which for the life of me, I don't know how, considering the weight of that box. But I kept going, and I went through everything that was in that room. And so it may be a small spot, but it's a spot, and it's a great morale boost. Even if you just get a drawer done some days, it's a boost because you've made steps forward.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a big thing when you've got so much stuff. That is a big thing. So I tell people on my channel, I will be your biggest cheerleader, because I absolutely understand how overwhelming it is, how frustrating it is at the same time, how much sometimes it just gets to you for the sheer visual noise of having so much stuff around you, whether it's organized in boxes or not. Just the fact that there's a stack of boxes there, it can get to you in ways that you don't realize. And then you realize, like, oh, my shoulders have been so tense today, and I can't understand why. Yeah, because you've been surrounded by this stuff, and it's just kind of getting to you without you even thinking about it. So just be aware of it. No, you're not alone. You're not alone. There's a couple of us in this community that we're doing the best we can with it, and we'll take you every step of the way. You're not alone. We'll do it with you. You do it with us. You keep us going, you know, so hang in there, and we'll all just keep moving forward. So,
Thank you,
and winter's coming. So to me, that's the time you see all the indoor stuff getting worked on, because who can work on anything outside when you're freezing? So.
And it's raining and it's windy. And yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, I don't like being cold. I don't mind snow, but I don't like being wet and cold.
Yeah.
Don't like that combination. So lots of indoor stuff.
Yes. Yep. It is a good time to focus on the indoor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But thank you, everyone, for coming and hanging out with us. Thank you for your purchases. If you think about something that you saw tomorrow, later on tonight, just let us know if you're interested. If you have questions on anything, you know, you can contact us on that. And yeah, so I will be back on Monday with Jen. We are on her channel this week. So look for us on Jen's channel at 6:30 on Monday. And Nancy, will you?
I usually have a live on Thursday nights. Sales are usually every other weekend, especially like this time of year, because we just had our Boy Scout Court of Honor, and as an assistant scoutmaster, the fall through September and October for me is insane, trying to get, because I handle advancement. So trying to finish up all those merit badges from summer camp, all the paperwork for Eagle Scouts and all that. So that's definitely why it's every other week. In November, that might notch up to every Thursday, but every Thursday I'm usually live with something. If it's not story time, where you might even get sung to, as long as it's public domain music, that go with the stories. I have some vintage catalogs that we're going to go through live a couple of times. I have them. I just found a Spiegel Christmas catalog.
Ooh.
We're going to have fun with that one. That may take a couple of times to have to do, because that's a lot of stuff in there. But I do have a lot of variety of stuff. I am hit or miss with getting videos up, just because of trying to be so busy with getting it organized. I have an eBay, I have an Etsy, I have Scouts, and now we are this coming week. I should be live Thursday night, but you probably won't see anything else from me this week, because Mike starts a new schedule at work at the same time that I've got an Eagle that is soon going to turn 18, and that project and paperwork has to be finished by the end of this week. So, because his birthday is the following.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's cutting it close. He's cutting it too close. And I know that, you know, by the time you get done all the revisions and you get all the signatures and you've driven the kid around to get the signatures, and it can eat up a lot of time. And he's worked so hard, I don't want him to miss it now that he's that close to getting it done, but he's also that close to aging out. Because it's got to be in before your 18th birthday. So,
wow.
So I have a busy week to deal with restructuring our schedule between Mike and I, my son and I, and as well as getting this Eagle stuff taken care of this week. But I will be live on Thursday. I start at 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays. So come hang out with the Night Owls.
Or if you're on the West Coast, it's just evening.
Yeah. Mike asked me that tonight. He's like, if she's in Seattle and you're in PA, are you going to last till the end of her? How long is this going to go? I'm like, it's going to go as long as it needs to go. So I'll just sleep late in the morning and then I'll be fine. So that works.
Right. All right. So I did put the link in for Nancy's channel. If you're not sure if you're subscribed, click on that link and subscribe to Nancy's channel. And again, thank you, everyone. And have a great rest of your weekend. And we'll be seeing you guys in the chats. Bye, everyone.
Bye.